Chapter 42-49. When Duan Lingtian asked Huang, or how to integrate the embryo of the supreme weapon into the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he could clearly sense that the sword soul of the supreme-grade divine sword used by his space law doppelganger was slightly agitated as well. This was because as Duan Lingtian's sword soul, she could clearly hear the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Of course, although she heard it, she didn't say anything because she knew that it was useless to say anything. She hadn't been with this master for long, but the other sword soul had been with this master for a long time. Master, it's actually not difficult to integrate the embryo of the supreme weapon into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Master, you just have to hold it in your hand and allow my power to envelop it. Next, I'll just digest and absorb it. After I've completely absorbed it, the 7 orifices exquisite sword will also reach a higher level. At that time, I'll be able to help you fight your enemies. When Huang spoke again, there was a hint of excitement in her voice. Although she had been loyal to Duan Lingtian from the moment she called herself Duan Lingtian's divine weapon soul, she could not help but feel excited when she realized that she would one day be independent of the divine weapon and have her freedom. Based on her understanding of her current master, if the 7 orifices exquisite sword really became a supreme weapon one day, her master would probably be willing to let her regain her freedom. All right. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately took out the embryo of the supreme divine weapon. As soon as the embryo appeared in his hand, he could feel Huang's energy surging out and shrouding it before it was absorbed by Huang. The huge embryo was completely integrated into the 7-colored light. During this process, Duan Lingtian could sense that the sword soul of the other divine sword used by his space law doppelganger was slightly agitated, but it did not act rashly in the end. Duan Lingtian was quite satisfied with this. At least the sword soul of the divine sword was tactful. In his heart, the sword soul of this divine sword that he had just obtained was naturally far from being comparable to the sword soul of Huang's 7 orifices exquisite sword. Congratulations, elder brother Duan. The first person to congratulate Duan Lingtian was not Ho Lianyu, but Ho Dong. At this moment, Ho Dong looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of smiles, and he had a warm and respectful appearance. Ho Lianyu frowned. However, he still took the initiative to congratulate Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan. Ho Lianyu looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "If you have time in the future, come find me at the Ho family." He knew that after leaving this secret realm, they would have to part ways. If they wanted to meet again in the future, they would have to rely on fate. Unless they agreed to meet at a nearby military camp, it would be very difficult for them to meet again. All right. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. When he heard Ho Lianyu's words, he smiled and nodded at him. "I owe you a favor for this trip to the natural secret realm. I will repay this favor in the future." Duan Lingtian knew very well that if Ho Lianyu had not invited him into this natural secret realm, he would not have had such a great harvest. Not only did he obtain a divine fruit comparable to the heavenly Tao fruit, but he also obtained the embryo of a supreme divine artifact, which allowed the 7 orifices exquisite sword's power to reach a new level. The 7 orifices exquisite sword's power had reached a new level, which meant that his strength had also reached a new level. Elder brother Duan. Before everyone was forcefully sent out of the secret realm, Ho Lianyu said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, "Your divine sword has been fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. If you use it again in the future, people will be able to see through it. If others can seize your divine sword, even if the sword soul is destroyed, the embryo of a supreme divine artifact can still be forcefully removed. Therefore, in front of those experts whom you are not confident of defeating, try not to reveal your divine sword. It's best to use other divine swords." Since Duan Lingtian could not even recognize the embryo of a supreme divine artifact, Ho Lianyu could not help but transmit a reminder to Duan Lingtian. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not know about this. However, now that he heard Ho Lianyu's words, he became more cautious. He was not a reckless man. Naturally, he knew that there were some risks that he should not take if he could avoid them. Duan Lingtian. While everyone was waiting for the secret realm to send them out, The veiled woman suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian. Can we talk in private? Duan Lingtian was startled at first, but then he nodded. Then, under the guidance of the veiled woman, they went to the side of the canyon. Their backs were facing Ho Lianyu and the others. When they arrived at the side of the canyon, the veiled woman removed the veil on her face in front of Duan Lingtian, revealing a beautiful and flawless face. She was so beautiful that it was enough to move the hearts of most ordinary men. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything when he saw her face. After all, he had never seen a woman more beautiful than her in his life. Although the woman in front of him was good-looking, she was still not as good as her. Duan Lingtian, I'm Luo Yun. The name that Sister Yue introduced me to is my alias. I'm from the Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land. The patriarch of the Luo clan is my father. The veiled woman introduced herself in front of Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard her self-introduction, he could not help but feel surprised. The Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land. If she didn't remember wrongly, the Luo clan was one of the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. It was as famous as the Xia clan and the Yun clan. There were 3 clans among the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. They were the Luo clan, the Xia clan, and the Yun clan. The 3 clans were equally powerful as they were all powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering if the Luo clan was another Luo clan, Luo Yiyun spoke again. The Luo clan I'm from is one of the 3 most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. It has a long history and has an extremely powerful ancestor. She paused for a moment and looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian, you're from a low-level secondary plane and are not well known in the Divine Offering Land. I don't think you've joined any decent clans. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian had joined any clans, even if it was an ordinary ultimate god clan, Duan Lingtian's talent would be well known. She could also clearly sense that Duan Lingtian was younger than her. Moreover, he was much younger. Such an existence was definitely a monster among monsters. Today, I, Luo Yiyun, on behalf of the Luo clan, would like to invite you to join us. If you join us, the Luo clan will definitely treat you well. I'll ask my father to adopt you and make you the young master of the Luo clan. Your status in the Luo clan won't be lower than my brother's. Compared to my brothers and me, the treatment you can enjoy is definitely better, not worse. Luo Yiyun tried to win Duan Lingtian over and made all kinds of promises. She seemed to be able to make all the decisions for her father. Oh, it's the daughter of the Luo clan. My apologies for not recognizing you. Duan Lingtian nodded to Luo Yiyun and then smiled faintly. However, I'm not interested in joining your Luo clan. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Luo. Luo Yiyun did not expect Duan Lingtian to reject her so bluntly. She could not help but frown for a moment before quickly relaxing. Duan Lingtian, if you think my conditions are not enough, you can mention some of yours. If it's appropriate, I can promise you on behalf of my father. Luo Yiyun obviously did not plan to let Duan Lingtian go just like that. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian entered the Luo clan, with his monstrous innate talent, it was very likely that he would become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Even if he could not become an ultimate expert, if such an existence became a high-level ultimate god with the help of the Luo clan's ultimate divine weapon, who below the ultimate expert level could defeat him. At that time, the Luo clan would have one more ultimate expert. Now, in the Luo family, the only one who could be called the strongest person in the family was her ancestor, who she had never met before. Conditions? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Miss Luo, do you mean that I can name my own conditions? I can name any conditions I want? You can name any conditions you want. Luo Yiyun saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be a little moved, and her originally silent thoughts suddenly became active again. She was afraid that Duan Lingtian would not name his conditions. If he did, everything could be discussed. At least there was hope. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, his eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. Miss Luo, if the Luo clan can help me kill someone, I can join the Luo clan. Who do you want the Luo clan to kill? Luo Yiyun asked. Although it was not too difficult for the Luo clan to kill someone, unless the other party was an ultimate expert or an outstanding high-level ultimate god. Even an ordinary high-level ultimate god could be killed by the Luo clan. However, she deliberately asked who Duan Lingtian wanted to kill. After all, other than those who were powerful, the Luo clan could not kill those who were not powerful but had a strong background. Therefore, when she heard Duan Lingtian's condition, which she did not think was harsh, she wanted to confirm it. Moreover, she also felt that if Duan Lingtian could not kill someone, the person would not be simple. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Yun calmly and said slowly, "The first young master of the Yun clan in the world of divine remains, Yun Qingyan. If the Luo clan can kill him for me, I'll join the Luo clan." When Duan Lingtian mentioned Yun Qingyan, Luo Yun's eyes widened in shock. It was only when Duan Lingtian finished speaking that she regained her senses and smiled bitterly. "The Luo clan can't kill this person for you." Although the person's strength was not strong, his identity was not to be underestimated. If her memory served her right, her grandfather's generation and the elders of the Yun family had a marriage alliance with the Yun family. In fact, she and Yun Qingyan were cousins. Yun Qingyan could be considered her cousin. Do you have a grudge against him? Luo Yun could not help but ask as she felt it was a pity. Chapter 4250. Luo Yun regretted her question as soon as it left her mouth. It seemed like she had asked an unnecessary question. If there was no enmity between them, why would Duan Lingtian ask for such a condition? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Luo Yun's question. He glanced at her indifferently before he ignored her. At the same time, he felt that this woman was a little stupid. If there was no enmity between them, why would he ask the Luo clan to help him kill Yun Qingyan? It seemed like she had asked an unnecessary question. "Can't you change the condition?" Luo Yun asked, feeling slightly dissatisfied. The Luo clan had the strength to kill Yun Qingyan, but they would not do such a thing for this freak in front of them. If this matter was not handled properly, it would cause a rift between the Luo clan and the Yun clan. In the eyes of the Luo clan, unless the person in front of them was a supreme powerhouse, there was no reason for them to break ties with the Yun clan. "Let's drop this topic at this point," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the sky above the canyon was beginning to stir. It seemed like they would be sent out of this natural secret land soon. During the process of being sent out of the natural mystic realm, several spatial scenes may appear. You'll be rewarded for clearing any of the spatial scenes. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from his third senior brother, Yang Yuqin, so he was mentally prepared. Naturally, the spatial scenes that would appear during the process of being sent out had a time limit. One had to clear them within a certain time limit to obtain the reward. Otherwise, one would not be able to obtain anything. The later the spatial scenes were, the more difficult it would be to enter them. I wonder how many spatial scenes I'll be able to see and what kind of reward I'll obtain. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. However, he knew it would be impossible for a reward like the embryo of a supreme divine weapon to appear. Even a reward like the Heaven Ascension fruit would be hard to come by. He would only be able to obtain a reward like the Heaven Ascension fruit if he could clear all the spatial scenes during the process of leaving. Elder Brother Duan will be sent out of this secret land soon. Ho Lianyu's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Next, during the process of being sent away, we will each enter a separate space. He thought that Duan Lingtian was not clear about this, so he reminded Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian quickly interrupted him, indicating that he knew about this. Hearing this, Ho Lianyu also felt relieved. After Duan Lingtian and the rest waited for a while, the teleportation power finally descended from the sky above the canyon and enveloped Duan Lingtian and the rest. At the same time, a line of words appeared in their minds. "Congratulations on clearing the stage, Duan Lingtian." At this time, Luo Yun's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. "In the future, if you need my help or even the Luo family's help, you can come to the Luo family to look for me. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely not refuse." Although it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to join the Luo family now, It was definitely beneficial for the Luo family to be on good terms with such a peerless genius. Thank you, Miss Luo. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Luo Yiyun was thinking. He expressed his gratitude through voice transmission. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the rest only felt the teleportation power enveloping them and then bringing them into a colorful passage. Moving forward in the passage seemed to have no end. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian could still see the others, but after a while he could no longer see anyone else. After a while, Duan Lingtian realized that the colorful passage in front of him had disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy black stone prison surrounded by huge black stone pillars that formed a cage and imprisoned him. Roar! In the black stone prison, there was a giant beast that exuded a terrifying aura. After seeing Duan Lingtian, it woke up from its sleep and roared. Without giving Duan Lingtian any time to prepare, it directly pounced on Duan Lingtian. This great demon's strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god, and its strength was not bad. However, it was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not even make a move. With a thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword flashed out and Huang Er's figure appeared. Then Huang Er used her body to control the sword and directly killed the great demon. During the process, Duan Lingtian could also clearly feel that the 7 orifices exquisite sword had undergone subtle changes, but it was not obvious. Master, the 7 orifices exquisite sword has only absorbed 1% of the supreme artifact's embryo. Once it fully absorbs it, there will be an even greater transformation. Huang Er said as if she could see Duan Lingtian's thoughts through Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Although it's only 1%, it's already a little obvious. If it fully integrates, the 7 orifices exquisite sword's power will definitely reach a new level. By then, his strength would also increase by another level. After killing the great demon, the rewards of the laws swept over and a divine elixir fell from the sky. However, it was just a divine elixir that Duan Lingtian did not care for. He casually kept it and did not look at it again. Moments after receiving the rewards, Duan Lingtian found himself in the colorful passage again. Then, different spatial scenes appeared in front of him. In those spatial scenes, there were no gatekeepers from the land of punishment. They were all great demons that were killed by Duan Lingtian one after another. The first few spatial scenes did not give him any surprises. However, the last spatial scene before he exited gave Duan Lingtian a small surprise. It was a branch of the divine tree of life. Although it was just a branch of the divine tree of life, the life energy on it was terrifyingly rich. This branch of the divine tree of life must be from a divine tree of life in a realm of gods. Otherwise, the life energy would not be so rich. Duan Lingtian had been to the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained a damaged divine tree of life there. Even now, the divine tree of life had taken root in his little world for a long time. However, the life energy in it was not very rich. After the previous consumption, it barely reached the level of the life energy in this branch of the divine tree of life. It should be able to nourish the divine tree of life in my body, right? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian threw the branch of the divine tree of life he had just obtained into his little world and directly threw it to the top of the divine tree of life. In the next instant, the withered divine tree of life extended a suction force and directly sucked the branch of the divine tree of life into its little world. Then, the withered divine tree of life once again bloomed with vitality. It actually works. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was also pleasantly surprised. He did not expect his spur-of-the-moment idea to actually give him such a pleasant surprise. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian threw the branch of the divine tree of life into his little world for the divine tree of life to absorb, he officially exited the teleportation passage in the natural secret realm and appeared in the divine judgment realm. The natural secret realm that he had entered first was near a military camp. Although it was said to be near, it was still quite a distance away. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Hou Lianyu, and the others who had been with him earlier were also teleported to the vicinity. Naturally, the timing did not match with Duan Lingtian's time. If there were no surprises, Duan Lingtian should be the first to exit the natural secret realm. This was because, on the way out, the spatial scenes that appeared one after another showed him instantly killing the great demons that blocked his way. As for the others, even if they were no match for him, they would only be able to exit the natural secret realm with a single thought. As long as they were not greedy, they would not die. The teleportation passage was merely an extra reward for the people in charge of managing the secret realm. The purpose was not to kill but to reward people. Of course, whether or not they could obtain the reward depended on themselves. At this moment, in a very mysterious place in the land of sanctions, a towering tree that seemed to be able to support the heavens and the earth radiated extremely rich vitality. In fact, the vitality had even turned into liquid in this place. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared at the top of the towering tree. It was the figure of an elderly woman. "Granny, why did you come out?" A beautiful figure appeared soundlessly in this place and looked at the old woman's illusory figure in confusion. "Little girl." The old woman's gaze softened when she saw the beautiful figure in front of her. She shook her head and said, "I can sense that the branch you took from me in the past has been devoured by another divine tree of life. Someone obtained the divine tree of life through other means and planted it in their little world. I can sense that the divine tree of life's growth is on the right track. Perhaps it'll be the next you." The old woman's gaze softened as she looked at the beautiful figure in front of her. In the past, the beautiful figure in front of her had accidentally entered the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained her. Since then, she had entered the beautiful figure's little world. Not only had she recovered from her injuries, but she had also recovered to her peak. After that, she had made great strides in her cultivation and became a supreme expert. Then, her little world had transformed into a realm of gods. The land of sanctions. "The next me?" The beautiful figure smiled faintly when she heard the old woman's words. "I hope he'll be able to reach this stage." Over the years, many people have accidentally entered the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained the divine tree of life. However, very few people have managed to reach this stage. Now that the situation in the outer realm is dire, it's good that we have another supreme expert. However, it's still difficult to become a supreme expert with the help of the divine tree of life. Even I had to rely on the clear heaven's divine tree and you to become a supreme expert. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Duan Lingtian had sent the divine tree of life to the divine tree of life. After all, Duan Lingtian's act of feeding the divine tree of life in his little world had alarmed the divine tree of life in the land of punishment in the realms of gods. Chapter 4251. It feels like the divine tree of life has not only fully recovered, but it's even stronger than before. The vitality in my little world has also increased a lot. After leaving the natural secret realm, Duan Lingtian took a look at his little world and discovered the divine tree of life had not only fully recovered, but it was also much stronger than before. It seems like it has improved a lot after absorbing the branch from the divine tree of life. The branch from the divine tree of life must be a divine tree of life in its prime for it to improve so much. A mature divine tree of life. Duan Lingtian knew a lot about the divine tree of life. Previously, he had encountered the divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water in the divine tree of life in the ruins of the realm of gods. He had learned many secrets about the divine tree of life from the world-cleansing divine water. The divine tree of life usually existed in the little world of a supreme powerhouse. If one was not a supreme powerhouse, it was possible to obtain the divine tree of life. However, not many people were so lucky. Duan Lingtian had obtained the divine tree of life in his body out of pure luck. If one was not a supreme powerhouse and had obtained the divine tree of life, as long as one had sufficient innate talent and comprehension skills, one would have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse. However, this path was not easy. It was much more difficult than the 5 divine elements and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. The 4 Tao of heaven and earth were widely recognized as shortcuts to becoming a supreme powerhouse. The 5 divine elements' final form was the 5 divine elements' final form. After that, one would have to obtain the divine tree of life and other unconventional paths. The divine tree of life. Even if one didn't have the divine tree of life in their little world and relied on other paths to become a supreme powerhouse, the divine tree of life will be born in their little world after they become a supreme powerhouse. If one obtained the divine tree of life before becoming a supreme powerhouse, the divine tree of life won't be born again since the divine tree of life already exists in their little world. Duan Lingtian had learned all this from the world-cleansing divine water. For this reason, he knew a lot about the divine tree of life. Every one of the supreme beings is an outstanding divine alchemist. That's why most of the rewards in the planar battlefield are divine alchemists. Not to mention anything else, Duan Lingtian's trip to the natural secret realm this time had given them a lot of extra rewards, most of which were divine pills. As for the others, they did not gain anything from the beginning. However, when they came out and entered the individual spatial scenes, they more or less gained some benefits. Moreover, their gains were basically all divine pellets. On top of that, supreme beings can nurture supreme beings. Therefore, supreme beings are also the most outstanding divine artifact masters in this world. This time, the harvest is not bad. Let's see if we can enter 1 or 2 more secret realms. Based on my current progress, it shouldn't be difficult for me to enter the lower ultimate god realm before the chaotic area opens. Currently, they were getting closer and closer to the opening of the 10-year area that was connected to many realms of gods. At that time, there would be better mystic realms and better opportunities to appear. In the various realms of gods, there were many people who did not usually enter the realms of gods. They would only enter the realms of gods when the area opened to search for opportunities. Holy Inu, if there's a chance in the future, I'll have to return the favor. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he thought about how he had to thank Holy Inu from the Ho clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, for this trip to the natural secret realm. In the end, it was all thanks to Holy Inu's invitation that he was able to gain so much this time. If Holy Inu had not invited him, he would not be able to gain any benefits no matter how strong he was. As for the others, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, other than Holy Inu, the others, including Luo Yiyun from the Luo clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, were just passers-by in his life. Perhaps they would not cross paths again in the future. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian did not give himself any pressure. He would find a place to cultivate and comprehend the sword principle and control Tao. Even the law of space continued to improve with the help of the supreme divinity in his body. The original owner of the supreme divinity. Even the weakest supreme divinity would have reached the point of illuminating tens of thousands of miles with the power of law. It might even have reached the perfected stage. However, even if it's the perfected stage, it should only be the small perfection and not the great perfection stage. The comprehension of the power of law and the great perfection stage were divided into the small perfection and the great perfection stage. The small perfection stage was the perfected stage of the power of law. The great perfection stage was the perfected stage of all the power of law. At least, as far as he knew, no one in this world had reached the great perfection stage of any power of law because it was very, very difficult. Once one's power of law reached the great perfection stage, it meant that one had reached the pinnacle of that power of law. Since the birth of this world, there shouldn't have been such a person. This was also what third senior brother Yang Yuchen had said to Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the great perfection stage of the power of law was completely a legend, a myth. Obtaining the supreme divinity seems to be a way to become an supreme expert. I have many ways to become an supreme expert in my hands, but I don't know which way I'll use to become an supreme expert in the future. However, according to Sister Shui, it's best to use the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert. Using the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert would also be the strongest among those who had just become an supreme expert. Although Duan Lingtian also hoped that he could use the sword principle or control Tao of the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert, he also knew that he could only try his best. When the time came, other paths would be better, and he would still choose another path. Even after becoming an supreme expert, one could continue to comprehend the 4 principles of heaven and earth. No matter what realm one reached, it was only a matter of time. It would not affect one's future strength too much. I'll continue to accumulate battle merits. When the time comes, I'll use up all my battle merits to open a secret realm. Duan Lingtian had been killing all the existences in the land of punishment to accumulate battle merits. His goal was clear. Before the chaotic area opened, he would use up all his battle merits to open a secret realm and indirectly exchange them for various treasures. Of course, before opening the secret realm, he had another goal: step into the ultimate god realm. Oh no! This time, Duan Lingtian was flying over a valley in the dimensional battlefield. Suddenly, he felt the air around him tremble. In the next moment, an extremely powerful suction force swept out from the valley and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. He wanted to teleport immediately, but he didn't succeed in doing so. The suction force came too quickly. It's not a powerhouse? It's purely the force of nature in the valley? When he was enveloped by the suction force, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He thought he was being targeted by a powerhouse. However, after a while, he realized that no one had made a move. It was purely the force of nature in the valley. Before Duan Lingtian could continue to think, he suddenly realized that the suction force enveloping him was shaken. Then, it forcefully tore the space apart and opened a spatial black hole. Then, an even stronger suction force from the spatial black hole enveloped him. He was sucked into the spatial black hole without being able to resist at all. I'm going to be sent to the secret realm of the land of punishment's high-level god emperors to be the guardian of the secret realm? Before he was sucked into the spatial black hole, this was the only thought left in Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not expect this day to come. Really, every dog has its day. Next, I'm going to be surrounded and killed by the land of punishment's challengers. It should be the high-level God Emperor challengers, right? I've never heard of anyone being sent into a secret realm as a guardian. It's based on strength. I've heard that it's based on cultivation level. Please don't send me to the secret realm of the middle-level God challengers. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but worry after being sucked into the spatial black hole. He was worried that he would be sent to the secret realm of the middle-level God challengers. Although his strength was enough to kill the weakest of the middle-level gods, he could not do anything to the stronger middle-level gods. If there were too many of them, he would definitely die. Therefore, he could only pray silently in his heart that he would be sent into the secret realm of the land of punishment's high-level God Emperor challengers. Even if that was not the case, it would be the secret realm of the lower-level God challengers. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts were spinning, the darkness in front of him did not last long. Soon, light and clarity were restored. What is this place? At the same time, he heard a cry of surprise. He focused his eyes and saw that there were 3 other people around him. Behind the 4 of them, a huge spatial black hole was rapidly shrinking. In just 2 breaths' time, the spatial black hole had completely shrunk and disappeared. In addition, Duan Lingtian also saw that there were 3 groups of people standing below the void where they were. Each group had 2 people and there was a total of 6 people. We've been sent into the secret realm of the land of punishment's challengers and have become challengers in the secret realm. Next to Duan Lingtian, another guardian of the land of divine remains finally regained his senses. At the same time, his expression changed drastically. The other 2 did not look too good either. Only Duan Lingtian looked calm and did not seem to panic at all. It was as if he was not afraid of what was going to happen next. He had no choice but to remain calm. This was because Duan Lingtian had just discovered that the 3 guardians of the land of divine remains who were sent into the secret realm with him were only high-level god emperors. As for the 6 people below, it was not difficult for him to confirm their identities after scanning them with his divine consciousness. They were all high-level god emperors. Chapter 4252. There are 4 guardians from the divine offering land in the next challenge. There should be at least 1 half-step ultimate god, right? Below Duan Lingtian's group of 4 who suddenly appeared, the 6 upper divine emperors looked at Duan Lingtian's group from afar. Their eyes were indifferent and their faces were calm. It seemed like they were not nervous at all. The guardians from the divine offering land just now were 5 half-step ultimate gods. Now that there are only 4 of them, I'm sure at least one of them is a half-step ultimate god. Maybe even 2 of them are half-step ultimate gods. His tone was incomparably calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, another person said faintly when he heard the words of the person who was exploring the secret realm with him. The 6 of us are all half-step ultimate gods. Only 3 of us were able to kill the 5 people in the first checkpoint within 10 breaths of time. For this trial, the 6 of us will attack together. From the moment we attack, we should be able to finish the battle within 5 breaths of time. The third challenger from the land of sanctions to speak smiled indifferently and fearlessly. 5 breaths of time? The fourth person shook his head and said, I think you're underestimating yourself and us. We have 6 half-step ultimate gods. Even if there are 2 half-step ultimate gods among the 4 of them, it'll be difficult for them to survive for more than 3 breaths of time, let alone 5 breaths of time. Unless we give them a chance to escape. We have someone who's good at the law of space among us. Even if they have someone who's good at the law of space, it's impossible for them to teleport. Even if they have someone who's good at the law of wind, we have 2 people who are good at the law of wind. In terms of speed, even if they have 2 half-step ultimate gods who are good at the law of wind, we won't lose to them. As soon as the fourth person finished speaking, the other 4 nodded in agreement. I'm talking about if we don't cooperate. The person who said 5 breaths of time smiled awkwardly. If we had discussed beforehand and cooperated to deal with them, it would have taken less than 3 breaths of time. If we're in a state of disunity, it should have taken more than 3 breaths of time. The people from the 6 sanctioned lands spoke as if there was no one else present. Furthermore, they did not send voice transmissions to each other. They spoke directly. As a result, their voices were all heard by Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian was only slightly surprised as he did not expect all the people from the 6 sanctioned lands to be half-step ultimate gods. The other 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land like Duan Lingtian were shocked. They have 6 half-step ultimate gods. It's over. It's over. At that moment, the 3 of them were terrified. This was because the 3 of them were only upper-rank divine emperors who were close to becoming half-step ultimate gods. They were still a distance away from becoming half-step ultimate gods. Are you half-step ultimate gods? One of them glanced at the Duan Lingtian trio and couldn't help but ask. Another person shook his head. I'm not. Even if all 4 of us are half-step ultimate gods, do you think we can survive this time? Based on what they're saying, the 5 gatekeepers from the divine offering land are all half-step ultimate gods like us. There's no half-step ultimate gods among them. If I'm not mistaken, there should be at most 2 half-step ultimate gods among the 4 of us. There might even be only 1 half-step ultimate god. Let me say this first, I'm not a half-step ultimate god. The third person spoke. He glanced at the first person who spoke and then looked at Duan Lingtian. The first person who spoke noticed the third person's gaze and turned pale. Don't look at me. I'm not a half-step ultimate god either. As soon as he finished speaking, all 3 of them, including him, looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian gently nodded as he looked at the 3 of them. I should be considered a half-step ultimate god. Should be. When Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the 3 of them, they were undoubtedly words of modesty. This was because, in their opinion, if they were not half-step ultimate gods, Duan Lingtian must be a half-step ultimate god. It's over. A half-step ultimate god. With the 3 of us, I'm afraid we won't even be able to withstand a single blow from the 6 of them. I can't believe I'm so unlucky to have accidentally entered a secret realm like this. I might have had a chance if I came in a few later. Now I'm dead meat. Even after confirming that Duan Lingtian was a half-step ultimate god, the 3 of them from the divine offering land were not happy at all. They were all dejected and thought they were going to die. The 4 of them did not use voice transmission to communicate with each other. Therefore, the 6 of them in the land of sanctions heard everything clearly. Only one half-step ultimate god among the four of them? I overestimated them earlier. I think that even if we only send 3 people, we'll be able to finish them off in 10 breaths' time. If the 6 of us work together, I feel like we'll be able to kill them in a single breath's time. At this moment, 4 of the 6 from the land of sanctions stared at Duan Lingtian and the others with a mocking smile on their faces. Only the 2 of them maintained a calm expression. Extraordinary one of the 2 spoke at the right time. It's best not to be careless. This time, the 6 of us will attack them together again. We can't assume they're only half-step ultimate gods just because they said they're only half-step ultimate gods. Indeed. Another person who looked equally calm also spoke. We still have to be careful. The 6 of us will attack together and discuss our cooperation beforehand. We'll try to take them down in the shortest time possible. It's best to treat all 4 of them as half-step ultimate gods. Although the other 4 felt they were being overly cautious, they did not reject their suggestion as it was not a big deal to be careful. If that's the case, let's attack together. One of the 4 with a mocking smile grinned. What's the plan next? I'll follow your lead. The other 3 with a mocking smile looked at the 2 who had remained calm so far. Their gazes were the same as if they were following orders. The 2 of them looked at each other before one of them said, I'm good at the law of space. I'll be responsible for disrupting the space and cooperating with them to hunt down the fastest among them. The 2 of you are good at the law of wind. You'll be ready to chase down the escaping ones at any time. As for the others, we'll kill them directly. He did not deliberately transmit his voice when he was talking about the plan. Although he felt they had to be careful, he also felt there was no need to be secretive. Even if the opponents were 4 half-step ultimate gods, they could still take them down without hiding anything. This time, the 4 gatekeepers of the divine offering land would definitely die. The 6 from the land of sanctions were making plans as if no one was around. Duan Lingtian and the other gatekeepers from the divine offering land heard their plan clearly. For a moment, the 3 of them who were already in despair became even more desperate. They think we're deliberately deceiving them. Unfortunately, I'm really not a half-step ultimate god. It doesn't matter if they have a plan or not, we're all going to die this time. I regret it. I shouldn't have entered the dimensional battlefield if I knew this would happen. The 3 gatekeepers' faces were pale and their hopes were dashed. Even when they saw the divine power rising from the 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions, their bodies did not show any signs of abnormality. They were still maintaining their weak divine power in the air and did not show any signs of battle. It was as if they had completely given up on resisting. Duan Lingtian was the only one who took a step forward. The divine power on his body swept out and waves of dimensional storm raged around him. Duan Lingtian stepped out and took the lead to face the 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions alone. The 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land who were originally in despair seemed to have been influenced by Duan Lingtian. A fierce look appeared on their faces at that moment. This master doesn't intend to wait for death. We can't embarrass the divine offering land. Even if we can't win, we'll fight them. Even if we die, we'll die a glorious death. Master, let me help you. The 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land who were prepared to die a moment ago also stepped forward and stood side by side with Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian stepped forward to protect them behind him. However, Duan Lingtian was not influenced by the 3 gatekeepers' willingness to die. Instead, he was stunned. Did the 3 of them misunderstand me? Did they think I was willing to die? The 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions also broke through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian and the other 3. I think we're being too careful. Those 3 were obviously waiting for death. If it wasn't for the half-step ultimate god who stepped forward and influenced them, they would have given up on resisting. The mocking smile on one of the gatekeepers' face became even brighter. Don't be careless. We'll follow the original plan and do our best to kill them. Yes. A lion will use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Don't underestimate anyone. I'll shake the surrounding space. The 2 of you who are proficient in the law of wind, keep an eye on them and prioritize the deserter among them. Fortunately, I'm not proficient in the law of space or the law of wind. I don't have to go through so much trouble and can directly fight them. The 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of sanctions broke through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian and the other 3 with absolute confidence. In their opinion, what awaited them next would be a complete crushing victory. Even the 2 gatekeepers who were calmer thought so. At this moment, among Duan Lingtian's group of 4, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 3 had already made up their minds to die a glorious death. However, the depths of their eyes were still filled with despair. In the face of death, their hearts were still filled with despair even if they pretended to be tough and no longer feared. Chapter 42-53. Although the 6 people from the land of sanctions felt that they would definitely win the battle, they did not hold back as 3 of them were on standby while the other 3 made the first move. The high-grade god items that were full souls began to shine brightly, and the power they unleashed was even more dazzling than before. The 3 half-step ultimate gods immediately rushed forward with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian and the other 3. Meanwhile, the other 3 people didn't stay idle as well. In the beginning, they were just watching from the sidelines. However, when they noticed none of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 was escaping, they followed suit and charged towards Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Let's fight it out with them. Let's kill this one who's good at the law of fire together and drag him down with us before we die. Kill him. The other 3 upper-rank god emperors from the land of divine offering next to Duan Lingtian stared at one of the 3 who led the charge. The one who was good at the law of fire was the only one among the 3 who was good at the law of fire. However, their imposing auras were completely annihilated in the next instant. This was because Duan Lingtian's spatial windstorm swept them away and sent them away from the battlefield. At the same time, he became a protective barrier in front of them. The 3 of them were confused at first as they did not understand why their own people would attack them. However, they immediately realized what the only half-step ultimate god among them was going to do when they were sent to the back. He was going to take on the 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of sanctions alone. Why did he have to do this? It doesn't matter if we die early or later. Does he think we can still live if he dies? Forget it. His efforts have been wasted. Let's let him shine for the last time and then let him die. The 3 of them had no complaints and did not feel it was a pity that they did not kill the other half-step ultimate god who was good at the law of fire. This was because the possibility of them killing him was almost 0. After all, there were still 5 other half-step ultimate gods on the other side. They could not just watch the 4 of them kill the half-step ultimate god who was good at the law of fire. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what the 3 of them were thinking. He didn't even bother to control the stunned gazes of the 6 from the land of judgment. A spatial storm swept out from his body, and in an instant he controlled the surrounding space. Then, a rainbow-colored light sword whizzed out of his body and floated in the void. A beautiful figure wearing a rainbow-colored robe appeared. "It's your bad luck to meet me." In the next instant, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the 6 eminent ultimate gods who had regained their senses and were charging toward him. Among the 6 of them, only 2 of them were slightly frowning with vigilance while the other 4 were sneering. A half-step ultimate god wants to fight the 6 of us? A mantis trying to stop a chariot? You overestimate yourself. Ridiculous. However, the disdain and indifference on their faces did not last long. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian swung the rainbow-colored light sword in his hand. The rainbow-colored sword light whizzed out, causing the void to tremble and tiny spatial cracks to appear. The sword light continued to expand and become more and more dazzling as if it could cover everything in its path. The 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment were only in a stalemate for a moment before they were completely crushed by the rainbow-colored sword light. At the same time, a faint light swept across the entire heaven and earth as if it had shrouded a large area that could not be seen by the naked eye. 100,000 miles of dim light. The 3 from the land of divine offering who were protected by Duan Lingtian behind him cried out in horror. Retreat! Retreat quickly! At the same time, the 2 calmer ones among the 6 from the land of judgment shouted almost at the same time. Then the 2 of them took the lead to retreat. However, The other four were still a little slow to react. The rainbow-colored sword light destroyed everything in its path. It was invincible and directly engulfed the four half-step ultimate gods who had yet to fully recover from their shock. No, impossible. After the four half-step ultimate gods fell, their final unwilling screams echoed in the ears of the people in the secret realm. Let's go! At the same time, the remaining two half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment looked at each other and said in unison. In the next moment, they released their divine powers and formed a thick defense in front of them. An illusory door appeared above their heads in a timely manner. Another rainbow-colored sword radiance swept over, shattering the defenses that the two of them had condensed in front of them. However, just as the sword radiance shattered their defenses and was about to land on their bodies, their figures disappeared into thin air. The rainbow-colored sword light missed its target and continued to slash downwards. It landed on a continuous mountain range below, directly severing the mountain range. After the dust settled, a terrifying ravine appeared. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and its length could not be seen, breaking a mountain with a single slash. They're quite vigilant. When the dust had settled, Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. It was as though he was not bothered by the fact that the two people from the Judgment Land had fled. His eyes were calm, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It did not matter to him whether or not he killed those two. He was sent into the secret realm as a gatekeeper. As long as he could survive, there was nothing more he could ask for. At this moment, the three people who were also from the land of divine remains were completely dumbfounded. They originally thought they were going to die. After all, the 6 people from the land of judgment were all half-step ultimate gods. On their side, there were not only 4 half-step ultimate gods, but only 1 half-step ultimate god. They had even decided to die with the only remaining half-step ultimate god in the world. However, they did not expect the other party to send them to the back as if to buy them more time to survive. At least, they thought so at that time. They all thought the other party was also prepared to die and just wanted to die first. Although they could not figure out why there was such a person, they did not suspect the other party was that kind of person. After all, there was no place that did not exist in this vast world. It was only at this moment that they finally understood. The other party was not the kind of weirdo who liked to die alone. The other party did not send them to the back to die first so that they could die later. It was because he was confident in dealing with the 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment. He crushed the attack of 6 half-step ultimate gods with 1 strike and killed 4 half-step ultimate gods at the same time. The remaining 2 half-step ultimate gods would have died if they didn't activate the secret realm's law in time and leave the secret realm. Those 2 are very fast. Even if they were a little slower, they would still be killed. That's terrifying. Although this master is only a high-level divine emperor, I'm afraid his strength is comparable to some lower-level ultimate gods. Maybe this master can even kill an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. Today, even an ordinary lower-level ultimate god would not be able to kill the 6 of them so easily. After the 3 of them regained their senses, they looked at each other and spoke one after another. Their voices were full of shock and their eyes were still filled with disbelief. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." One of them was the first to regain his senses and rose to the sky to thank Duan Lingtian. The other 2 hurriedly followed and bowed to thank Duan Lingtian. They also introduced themselves and solemnly promised that if Duan Lingtian needed their help in the future, they would not hesitate to risk their lives. However, Duan Lingtian merely smiled faintly. He did not mind at all. To him, the 3 of them were just passers-by in his life. You don't have to do this. The fact that you're still alive today means that you're not fated to die. Master, may I know your name? One of the 3 men asked Duan Lingtian anxiously when the spatial whirlpool appeared and a suction force swept out. What's the matter? Master, even if you don't want anything in return, you should at least let us know the name of our savior, right? Said the other person. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not deliberately hide his name. My name is Duan Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them, including Duan Lingtian, were enveloped by the sucking force of the whirlpool and were taken away from the secret realm. As for the other three, as they were taken away, they also engraved the name Duan Lingtian in their hearts. This time, if it were not for this master, they would have died without a doubt. If they were to tell others about this after they got out, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. Perhaps not many people dared to believe that there would be such a terrifying upper-level god emperor in the world. Even if there were people who believed that there was such a terrifying upper-level god emperor, they might not believe that they would coincidentally meet him. This time, they were swept into the secret realm where the people from the land of punishment were exploring and the experience of being the gatekeepers. This experience was unforgettable for them. That elegant and unrestrained purple figure who seemed to be invincible was also destined to be unforgettable for them. Duan Lingtian himself did not think much of it. Even if he had saved the three of them, it was just a small effort. If the three of them had died, he would have dealt with the 6 people from the land of punishment all the same. Saving the 3 of them was just a matter of convenience. What a magical dimensional battlefield. After Duan Lingtian was sent out, he realized that he was no longer in the sky above the valley where he had been swept into previously. He appeared in a barren stone forest. In the stone forest, there were huge rocks everywhere. The big ones were like pillars that supported the sky and the small ones were 7 to 8 meters tall. In this place, it was very easy to hide one's body. Duan Lingtian did not stay there for long. He quickly left the stone forest and continued his journey in the dimensional battlefield. Along the way, he continued to cultivate and continue to comprehend. In actual combat, he discovered his shortcomings and improved himself. Time passed quietly. The day when the chaotic area would open was getting closer and closer. 3 years before that day, Duan Lingtian finally stepped into the final bottleneck of the upper Divine Emperor realm. He was only 1 step away from the lower Divine Emperor realm. Next, I'll go into seclusion, consume the heavenly Tao fruit and step into the ultimate God realm. Duan Lingtian left the inner area of the battlefield and returned to the outer area. He found a secluded place, set up layers of formations, and went into seclusion. As long as the formations did not move, he would not be awakened. If there was any movement, even if it was just the slightest movement, he would be the first to wake up. Since he was outside, he naturally could not be reckless. He always had to have a backup plan. The 3rd heavenly Tao fruit. With my current cultivation, I'll definitely enter the ultimate God realm after digesting all of its medicinal efficacy. Divine fruits like the heavenly Tao fruit could only be consumed 3 at most. Consuming the 4th would greatly reduce the medicinal efficacy. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian did not consume the heaven ascension fruit he had obtained in the natural secret realm. 2 divine fruits of the same type would develop a resistance to each other. If there was no resistance, he would have already entered the ultimate God realm with 1 heavenly Tao fruit and 1 heaven ascension fruit. There was no need to wait until now. Chapter 4254. The Heavenly Adjudicator Battlefield was the battlefield where the divine offering land and the sanctioned land intersected. In this place, people from the world of divine remains and the sanctioned lands were fighting everywhere. Not only outside, but even inside the secret territory, it was the same. Only those who came from the same realm of gods could enter the secret realm at the same time. There were 2 types of secret realms. One was for people from the same realm of gods who did not know each other to enter the secret land at the same time. After the secret land was opened, they would enter the secret land together with other strangers. During this process, they would face all kinds of challenges in the secret land. Some of the challenges would even be the gatekeeper of the secret land. The other type of secret land was even crueler. 2 people from different realms of gods would enter the secret land at the same time and appear in a certain scene to kill each other. After killing each other, not only would they be rewarded, but they would also receive additional rewards. In the end, if one side was annihilated and the other survived, they would be able to obtain additional rewards. This type of secret land was also the cruelest. Only when one party was killed would the journey in the secret land be considered over. Before that, one could not even choose to surrender. For this reason, one had to bear the risk of entering the secret land. Naturally, this was not the only type of secret land. Even the secret land was just as dangerous. It was a one-on-one secret land. Two people would enter the same secret land and kill each other. The winner would receive additional rewards. The more battle merits one accumulated, the better the additional rewards one would receive in the secret land. Whether it was a secret land or a secret land, it was the same. However, there were many people like Duan Ling Tian who had been accumulating battle merits in the multi-person secret realm before they finally opened the multi-person secret realm. This was because they might not be matched with other people like Duan Ling Tian. Once you accumulated 100,000 or even 1 million battle points, you would be able to open the multiplayer secret realm. If no one had accumulated enough battle points to open the multiplayer secret realm, the multiplayer secret realm would not open. Under such circumstances, it would be easier to open the secret land. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian had been accumulating his battle merit points while waiting for the last secret realm to be opened. It was a single-person secret realm. He had no intention of opening a multi-person secret realm. Perhaps, when he went to open the multiplayer secret realm, the chaotic area would have already opened before the others could open the multiplayer secret realm. While Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation to break through to the ultimate god stage, in a multi-person secret realm, a beam of light suddenly shot out in all directions and shook heaven and earth. Moreover, it was the kind of secret realm where many people were fighting each other. Originally, there were 6 people fighting each other, 3 against 3. At this moment, one of the 3 people, a graceful figure with a veil over her face, glowed brightly. Her divine power seemed to have risen by an entire level in the blink of an eye. Breakthrough! The expressions of the 3 people on the other side changed greatly, and they all retreated at the same time. On the other hand, the other 2 people on the woman's side who were wearing a veil and had obviously made a breakthrough during the battle revealed expressions of wild joy. There's hope to turn the tables. Who would have thought, who would have thought? Ever since they entered this multi-person secret realm, they had gone from being in high spirits to being in despair. It could be said that they had experienced ups and downs in their emotions. 5 people against 5 people. 2 of them had died, so the remaining 3 were against 3. However, the 3 people on the other side were obviously stronger than the 3 of them. Just a moment ago, the 3 of them were barely holding on and were about to lose. However, they did not expect the strongest female expert among them to make a breakthrough during the battle at the critical moment. In the blink of an eye, the divine power breath of a mid-level ultimate god had already swept across all directions. Take advantage of her breakthrough and kill the other 2. Fight the other 2 to death, and the 3 of us might have a chance if we join forces. The 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the land of sanctions who originally thought that victory was within their grasp chose to charge forward after subconsciously retreating for a moment. Now they had no other choice. They could only fight. If they fought, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they did not fight, they would definitely die when the woman fully familiarized herself with the power of a mid-level ultimate god and joined forces with the other 2. Kill! At that moment, the 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the land of sanctions were like mad dogs as they pounced on the 2 people from the land of divine remains. Only the woman who was still in the midst of her breakthrough was abandoned by them. The 2 people from the land of divine remains turned pale as they subconsciously rushed in the direction of the woman's breakthrough, thinking that she would be able to help them block the attacks. However, the woman seemed to have fallen into a strange state. Although she was in the midst of a breakthrough, the energy emanating from her body seemed to be reversing time. One of the lower-level ultimate gods from the land of divine remains approached her and half of his black hair instantly turned white. It was even to the extent that the other half of his face that originally had the appearance of a young man seemed to have experienced countless years at this instant, and it became extremely old and covered in wrinkles. How can this be? Not only is she having a breakthrough in her cultivation base, but even her temporal law energy is also improving. Why does it feel like there's no end to her temporal law energy's improvement? But it doesn't seem right. The 2 people from the land of divine remains who were close to the woman narrowed their eyes in shock as they could not figure out what was happening. Do Do you think she has mastered the infinite Tao of the four Tao of heaven and earth? One of them asked the other through telepathy as they were fleeing. The other person's eyes widened when he heard the question. When we saw her attack earlier, we suspected that she had mastered the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. Otherwise, with her attainments in the law of time, even if she had her clone, she might not be much stronger than us. However, even though her clone was destroyed, her strength is still stronger than us. At that time, I suspected that she had mastered some kind of four Tao of heaven and earth. However, we were too blind and her side did not show it clearly. That's why we couldn't tell. Don't go near her. I feel like the temporal law energy around her is in the midst of a breakthrough in the infinite Tao. Endless years passed in an instant. Earlier, I felt that not only was half of my lifespan slipping away, but even the divine power in my body had also weakened. The infinite Tao is terrifying. We just have to make sure that the three of them don't catch up to us. As long as she successfully completes her breakthrough, the three of us can easily defeat the three people from the land of sanctions. The two people on the woman's side did not dare to get too close to the woman. They kept a distance from the three lesser ultimate gods from the land of sanctions and started a tug of war. Of course, calling it a tug of war was an understatement. The two people from the land of divine offering were running for their lives. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that the woman is in a strange state and hasn't woken up for a long time to kill her? If she dies, the other two will have no chance of survival. The three lesser ultimate gods from the land of sanctions saw that they would not be able to find an opportunity to attack the other two people from the land of divine offering. They wished that they had mastered the law of wind and the law of space so that they could catch up to the two people from the land of divine offering. Alright, let's kill her first. Let's stay away from her and not get too close to her. One of the people from the land of sanctions earlier had visibly aged half of his body when he got too close to her. Previously, I thought this woman's law of time was strange. Now, it seems like she has mastered the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. Now, it seems like not only is her cultivation base breaking through, but her infinite Tao is also transforming. After the transformation, she might be able to truly master the infinite Tao. I underestimated her earlier. I didn't expect her to master the infinite Tao. If she really breaks through to the intermediate ultimate God realm and masters the infinite Tao, she might be able to easily kill us all on her own. Let's kill her first. At this moment, the three people from the land of sanctions noticed that the woman might be completely mastering the infinite Tao of the four heavenly and earthly Tao. Their expressions turned solemn. A hint of fear flashed in the depths of their eyes. In the next moment, the three of them gave up on pursuing the other two and joined forces to attack the woman. The two people from the land of divine offering were horrified when they saw that the three of them had suddenly abandoned them and attacked the woman. They instinctively wanted to help the woman. However, it was too late for them to make a move now because they were too far away. Oh no! One of the people's expression changed again. On the other hand, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the woman. Miss Kerr, wake up. Just break through your cultivation base. It won't be too late to comprehend the infinite Tao after we kill them. Of course, he also knew that the woman might have entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. That was why she showed signs of completely mastering the infinite Tao. If she forcefully stopped, she might miss the opportunity to comprehend the infinite Tao. It would be extremely difficult for her to comprehend it again. However, there was no other choice now. If the woman continued to comprehend the infinite Tao, the three of them would definitely die if they joined forces. At that time, even if she comprehended the infinite Tao before she died, what could she do? Sometimes, some things had to be given up in the end. Although he felt sorry for the woman, he had no choice but to wake her up now. She also believed that if the woman was saved, even if she lost this fortuitous encounter, she would absolutely not blame him. At the same time, as the people from the world of divine remains transmitted their voices to the woman, she opened her eyes in an instant. There was a mysterious glow in her eyes that was extremely strange. In the next moment, her eyes were clear as she saw the three people from the land of punishment joining forces to attack her. At this moment, the The three of them were attacking her with all their might. The void trembled, and the terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to shake as though it would collapse at any time. Just a little bit more. The woman let out a sigh. Her calm eyes suddenly flickered with a cold, murderous intent. Originally, I could have completely mastered the limitless Tao and improved my strength further. It's all because of you that my enlightenment was forcefully interrupted. You obstructed my progress and might interfere with my plan 100 years later. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 4255. Although she had not fully comprehended the infinite Tao, she was close to reaching the final step. However, he had also reached the final step. Compared to before, he could not be mentioned in the same breath. She had even regained her cultivation base of a medium ultimate god. In her previous life, she had chosen to walk the path of death. Before she reincarnated, she had already entered the medium ultimate god realm and had completely consolidated her cultivation base. Even in the entire world of divine remains, her talent was still outstanding. In her previous life, her achievements were much higher than Yun Qingyan's. For this reason, Yun Qingyan wanted to have her. If he had her, he would be able to gain the Xia clan's support and stabilize the Yun clan so that he could smoothly become the clan leader. As a woman with a man in the family, it might be difficult for her to take charge of the Xia clan. However, as long as she was strong enough, her authority in the Xia clan would not be weaker than the clan leader. Yun Qingyan had his eyes on this point. Just like before, I don't need to consolidate my cultivation base after entering the medium ultimate god realm. Once I break through, it's completely consolidated. Is this the foundation of my previous life? Kerr had only confirmed one thing after she came to the divine offering land. Every time she made a breakthrough in her cultivation base, she did not need to spend time consolidating her cultivation base. Therefore, she suspected it had something to do with her previous life. In her previous life, when she chose the path of reincarnation, she had just consolidated her cultivation base of a medium ultimate god. Therefore, in this life, she did not need to spend time consolidating her cultivation base until she reached the medium ultimate god realm. Now, she had confirmed this conjecture. Although she had just entered the medium ultimate god realm, her cultivation base had been completely consolidated. Her divine power was stable, and she could use it freely without any discomfort. At this moment, Kerr was in a trance as she circulated her divine power. It was as though she had returned to her previous life when she chose to reincarnate and went through the ordeal of death. Father, why did he treat me like that? Just because I'm not Auntie's biological daughter? With a sigh in her heart, Kerr sensed that the three attacks were getting closer and closer. She completely returned to her senses. The void in front of her trembled, and a slender brush appeared in her hand. This brush was jade green in color, and there was a faint white light lingering around it. A condensed soul was also faintly discernible. At first glance, this condensed soul looked more like the soul of a little girl. After that, the brush in Kerr's hand seemed to have come to life. It moved like a dragon, and with just a casual stroke, the space in front of her seemed to have solidified. The three ferocious attacks froze in the void in the blink of an eye. Although they broke through the bindings, their speed was still very slow. Seeing this, the faces of the three cultivators from the land of sanctions changed. How is this possible? It wasn't difficult for the three of them to notice that the middle-level ultimate god in front of them had a very stable divine power. There wasn't the slightest bit of sluggishness when he attacked. This was something that was almost impossible. It was difficult for a lower ultimate god to step into the middle ultimate god realm. Not only was it difficult to consolidate one's cultivation base, but it also required time to familiarize oneself with the newly transformed divine power. Because of this, they thought that they might be able to kill the middle-level ultimate god realm expert even if the three of them worked together. However, they only realized how naive they were at that moment. Let's give it our all. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape death. One of them roared, and his ultimate god illusory body appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall. At the same time, his attacks seemed to have been boosted in an instant. Rays of crimson light wandered around his body. His aura was overbearing. The other two cultivators did not hesitate. Their ultimate god illusory body appeared and their bloodline power appeared. They were going all out. Competing with the ultimate god illusory body? Ku'er smiled faintly. Immediately, her supreme god phantom also appeared. The supreme god phantom was more than 100 meters tall, like a peerless goddess of war. She looked down at the three supreme gods that were more than 10 meters tall, like an adult looking down at three children. She has really consolidated her cultivation base. How is this possible? The three lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains were shocked when they saw Ker's 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body. At that moment, the last bit of hope they had in their hearts was gone. Initially, they thought they were mistaken. The middle-level ultimate god illusory body's divine power was just a little stable but not really stable. However, they no longer had any doubts when they saw the middle-level ultimate god illusory body perfectly presented. The middle-level ultimate god illusory body had indeed consolidated her cultivation base. She had just broken through to the middle ultimate god realm and had already consolidated her cultivation base? They could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they thought about it. They were not the only ones who felt their scalps go numb at that moment. Even the two cultivators from the world of divine remains were so shocked that they froze in their tracks. Even their attacks were dispelled halfway. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How is this possible? The two of them only came back to their senses when they saw Ker's 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body attack. A brush as tall as a mountain slashed across the sky and easily crushed one of the lower ultimate gods from the land of sanctions. They were not dreaming. They did not enter an illusion or anything. All of this was real. Boom. The lower ultimate god fell. A huge ultimate god illusory body avatar appeared and let out an unwilling roar before crashing to the ground. Blood rained down from the sky. A lower ultimate god was killed in an instant. At that moment, the other two lower ultimate gods from the land of sanctions were in complete despair. Take two more of my brushes. Ku'er's indifferent voice shook the heavens and the earth. The 100-meter-tall divine venerate phantom casually waved her hand. Immediately, the mountain-like writing brush fell with a loud rumble. Boom! A brush light fell and enveloped one of the lower ultimate gods. The lower ultimate god illusory body's first reaction was not to resist but to escape. However, when the brush light hit the void, it caused the space around him to stagnate and controlled the flow of time in the void where he was. This was the profundity of the temporal law. Of course, in order to control the opponent, one must be stronger than the opponent. Otherwise, if one's strength was weaker than the opponent, it would be difficult to control the flow of time in the space where the opponent was. The profundity of the temporal law was similar to the spatial law's imprisonment profundity. If one's strength was weaker than the opponent's, it would be difficult to imprison the opponent. Even if one was lucky enough to imprison the opponent would be able to break the imprison with greater strength. When one's strength exceeded a certain level, any technique would be useless. One could defeat 10 techniques with brute strength. No, the lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was shocked when he felt the flow of time around him had slowed down. Even his own movements had begun to slow down. In the next moment, he wanted to attack, but his attack was still affected by the flow of time. Of course, when he attacked, the flow of time restriction was obviously not as strong. After all, the flow of time originated from Ker. However, if someone tried to break it with brute strength, they would still be affected to a certain extent. As for how much of an effect it had, it would depend entirely on the strength of the person who attacked. A lower ultimate god would be affected, but it would not be much. There was still a long way to go before he could break the flow of time. Boom! When Ker's brush light fell on the lower ultimate god, it not only crushed the lower ultimate god's attack that was affected by the flow of time but also completely enveloped him. In the next moment, after being enveloped by the brush light, the lower ultimate god visibly aged. In the end, he even turned into a skeleton. The skeleton then turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth as if he had never existed. The power of time had completely washed him away. He was erased from this world. In an instant, it was as if he had been cut off from eternity. This was the epitome of a stroke cutting off eternity. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The last lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was in complete despair. Facing the stroke that fell on him again, his face was blank and his hopes were dashed. This time, Ker's brush light did not even encounter any resistance and directly crushed him to death. It was just like the previous person. A stroke cutting off eternity. Under the washing of the power of time, the lower ultimate god who originally looked like a middle-aged man turned into an old man in an instant. Then, he turned into a skeleton and finally, he turned into ashes. 2 lower ultimate gods were killed in 1 or 2 breaths' time. The heaven and earth anomaly of their deaths also appeared one after another within a breath's time. 2 unwilling cries shook heaven and earth. Then 2 huge figures suddenly fell. 2 more lower ultimate gods had fallen. A rain of blood fell and blew on the faces of the other 2 lower ultimate gods from the land of divine remains, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that this woman who called herself Duan Quer, who had been silent since the beginning, would be so terrifying. In the beginning, she kept a low profile and later displayed strength that was even stronger than theirs. Later on, when they thought they were going to die, not only did she make a breakthrough to the medium ultimate god realm, but she also completely consolidated her cultivation base at the same time. This was completely beyond their understanding. They had never even heard of such a situation before, let alone witnessing it with their own eyes. Even if an immortal expert recultivated, I'm afraid it's nothing more than this? One of them could not help but let his imagination run wild. Could the woman in front of him be an immortal expert who recultivated from the beginning? If that was the case, it would make sense. Other than that, he really could not think of anyone else who could be so nature-defying. All the extra rewards will be mine. At that moment, Ker's ultimate god apparition dissipated. She calmly glanced at the other 2 people who came from the land of divine remains like her and asked, "Do you have any objections?" Her gaze seemed calm and without any hostility, but when it fell into the eyes of the 2 people from the land of divine remains, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they quickly expressed their stance. No objections, no objections. Of course, no objections. Today, if it weren't for Master Ker's help, we would have died. It's only right for you to take the extra rewards. Chapter 4256. Ker did not expect to become a medium ultimate god during this trip to the secret zone. Initially, she had thought it would be good enough if she could make a breakthrough before the chaotic region where the realms of gods converged. She did not expect to make a breakthrough in advance. As for the reason for her breakthrough, it was none other than the fact that the opponents she encountered in the multiplayer's secret realm were too strong, causing her to feel a fatal threat. Thus, she broke through under the heavy pressure. This was not the first time she had made a breakthrough. Over the years, she had made a breakthrough in the realm battlefield several times when she was on the brink of death. The reason she was so lucky was because she had the foundation from her past life. Otherwise, she would not have been so lucky time and time again. It's also because I didn't encounter opponents that are too strong. Otherwise, even if I'm lucky enough to make a breakthrough, I would still die if I'm not a match for my opponent. After obtaining the generous reward, Ker left the secret zone. Her eyes shone brightly as she thought to herself, "Now that I've regained my cultivation base from my past life, my mastery of the law of time is stronger than before, and I have the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. I'm much stronger than before. Now, even in the family, I have a certain amount of authority. Now, there's still some time before that chaotic area opens." Lin Fan said, "I haven't been back since I left the divine offering land and entered the realm battlefield. It's time for me to visit my parents, Sister Si Ling, and the others. That girl, Si Ling, is all grown up now? We haven't seen each other for so many years. I wonder if she still remembers me as her mother." Ker's eyes were filled with tenderness when she thought about her daughter. At the same time, she felt a stab of pain in her heart. When she left her daughter was still very young. At the very least, the time she spent with her daughter was far less than the time she left. Sealing, I hope you can understand me. I left you so that we can reunite after 100 years. Kerr sighed before she made her way to the nearby military camp. She was going to use the teleportation formation in the military camp to return to the Divine Offering Land. Then she would return to the Xia clan. When Kerr left the world of Divine Remains. In a remote area of the world of Divine Remains, the wind and clouds were surging. Terrifying auras tore apart the formation and spread out. It even startled a group of people nearby. This aura is so strong. This is a high-level God Emperor breaking through to become a supreme God. I wonder if they're from our sanctioned land or the world of Divine Remains. It doesn't matter which side he's from, it's better for us to leave as soon as possible. If he's from the world of Divine Remains, we'll definitely die if he targets us. Since this area was only the outer region of the battlefield, very few ultimate gods would appear here. Although there were many Emperor gods, they immediately made way when they realized that an ultimate god had appeared. Regardless of whether it was the people from the world of Divine Remains or the land of sanctions, none of them dared to linger in the vicinity for fear of being targeted by the other party. If the other party was from a realm of gods, they would not be able to escape death. The terrifying energy spread out like a whirlpool, constantly expanding to the surroundings. At this moment, at the center of the raging energy storm, the various formations that were previously used to assist the cultivator in his closed-door cultivation had been ruthlessly destroyed. It was even to the extent that even a large expanse of the surrounding mountain range had been swept into a flat area by the terrifying and raging unstable energy. When looked at from afar, the entire expanse of land was covered in desolation and extremely dilapidated. Waves of visible whirlpool energy were still swirling in the void, stirring up a sandstorm that filled the sky. At the center of the sandstorm, a figure was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed as he cultivated. Is this the ultimate god's divine energy? It's so powerful. Suddenly, the figure's owner opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as lightning. If there was anyone present, they would not dare to look him in the eye. It was a young man in a long purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face. His aura was outstanding and radiant. Everything around him seemed to pale in comparison as he stood there. I, Duan Lingtian, have finally entered the ultimate god realm. From now on, I can be considered an expert in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian said. In the realm of gods, there were many powerhouses. However, only those who had entered the ultimate god realm could be considered as true powerhouses. Of course, even before his breakthrough, Duan Lingtian's combat strength was enough to kill a medium-level ultimate god. It was enough for him to be recognized as a powerhouse in the realm of gods. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel the same way. He also felt that only those who had entered the ultimate god realm could be considered as powerhouses in the realm of gods. They were powerhouses who could rule over a territory and rule over it. It's completely different. My soul energy has also undergone a transformation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the difference between the ultimate god realm and the upper god realm. His perception was now 10 times stronger than before. Even his eyesight and hearing had improved to a whole new level. Also, the Supreme Godhead has merged with my body. Apart from that, when Duan Lingtian was breaking through to the ultimate god stage, he wanted to take out the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. He did not expect the supreme powerhouse divinity would fuse with his body as soon as it came into contact with his godly venerate divine energy. It even entered his sea of consciousness and transformed into a force similar to soul energy before merging with his soul. Of course, Duan Lingtian initially thought the Supreme Godhead had merged with his soul. However, when he subconsciously used his soul energy to observe his soul, it was not difficult for him to discover the Supreme Godhead was still there. It was just that it was enveloped by his soul energy. The Supreme Godhead that had transformed into a force similar to soul energy became a part of his soul after merging with his soul. At the same time, it returned to its original state and existed in his soul. I didn't expect the Supreme Godhead to merge with my soul after entering the ultimate God realm. Moreover, it's constantly deepening my understanding of the law of space. This was something Duan Lingtian had just discovered. In the past, he could only use the Supreme Godhead to comprehend the law of space when he fell into a deep slumber to deepen and improve his understanding of the law of space. However, the Supreme Godhead had merged with his soul and was constantly deepening his understanding of the law of space. Moreover, the speed of deepening was not any slower than when he had entered a deep slumber. If this continues, my understanding of the law of space will be faster than before. I won't even have to spend too much time on it. Duan Lingtian was shocked and pleasantly surprised when he thought of this. Perhaps, it won't be long before my law of space reaches the point where it can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's law of space was not weak at all. After all, even a medium ultimate God would not be able to control the law of space that could illuminate 100,000 miles. Moreover, he had just entered the lower ultimate God realm. However, I've just broken through and my divine power is still unstable. There's no shortcut for me to quickly consolidate my cultivation. I'll have to rely on myself to do so. Of course, although I haven't consolidated my cultivation, the strength of my divine power is much stronger than before. Now, I'm not completely powerless even if I'm up against some slightly stronger mid-level ultimate gods. Of course, I'm definitely no match for top medium ultimate gods like Third Senior Brother. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through, he was not as excited as before when he thought about how he was still no match for some of the more powerful medium-level ultimate gods. I'll familiarize myself with this unstable divine power and use all the battle merits I've accumulated to open a single-person's secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, the single-person's secret realm I'll enter won't be a secret realm where I can compete with a lower ultimate god from another sanctioned land. After all, it's basically impossible for a lower ultimate god to be as bored as me and only open a secret realm after accumulating so many battle merits. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian entered the inner circle and began to look for opponents. After searching for a few days, he did not meet anyone from the sanctioned land. He did meet someone from the divine offering land, but he did not attack. A few days later, he met another person from the divine offering land who was also a lower ultimate god. This time, Duan Lingtian could not help but move to intercept his opponent. According to his plan, the people from the divine offering land should be sparring and not killing. Otherwise, when would he be able to find a suitable opponent? Your Excellency, we're both from the divine offering land. Do you want to fight with me? The lower ultimate god from the divine offering land was a middle-aged man with a faint gray light shining around his body, indicating his identity as a person from the divine offering land. However, at this moment, his expression was not very pleasant. Let's spar. Duan Lingtian grinned. I've just broken through to the ultimate god stage, so I wanted to find an opponent to familiarize myself with the divine energy in my body. However, after searching for some time, I didn't find anyone from the land of sanctions. Instead, I met two people from the divine offering land. Let's just spar and not get serious. What do you think? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Just made a breakthrough? However, the middle-aged man's frown instantly relaxed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. There was a hint of playfulness in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect the lower ultimate god in front of him to be a lower ultimate god who had just broken through to the ultimate god realm. Now that he had deliberately observed and sensed his opponent's restless divine power, he confirmed that his opponent had just stepped into the ultimate god realm and his divine power had yet to stabilize. Boy, I'm not interested in sparring with you. A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes and his expression changed in the blink of an eye. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Let's fight to the death. Chapter 4257. In the dimensional battlefield, people of the same cultivation level and from the same realm of gods would rarely take the initiative to fight each other unless they had a personal grudge against each other. After all, even if one killed the other party, one would not be able to take the other party's battle merits. Moreover, the other party had self-destructed their storage ring. Even if one was lucky enough to kill the other party, the most one could do was to take the other party's divine weapon. Moreover, one could be injured in the process of fighting. It was fine if it was just a light injury, but if it was a slightly more serious injury, it could very well bring about a lot of hidden dangers in the future. If he met someone of the same cultivation level as him in the sanctioned lands, he might not be afraid of the other party, but because of this, he might be slightly weaker than the other party, or even be in danger of dying. Therefore, even if the lower ultimate god in front of Duan Lingtian met Duan Lingtian and found out that Duan Lingtian was also from the divine offering land and was also a lower ultimate god, the lower ultimate god had no intention of attacking Duan Lingtian. Even if he killed the other party, the most he could do was to take the other party's divine weapon and he might even be injured. Just entered the lower ultimate god realm? However, the lower ultimate god that Duan Lingtian met now wanted to kill Duan Lingtian when he heard that Duan Lingtian had just entered the ultimate god realm. In his opinion, killing a lower ultimate god like Duan Lingtian would be effortless and he would not be injured at all. Under such circumstances, he could obtain a full soul high-grade divine artifact without any effort at all. Fight to the death? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the other party's words. He immediately guessed what the other party was thinking and smiled faintly. If you want to fight to the death, I have no objections. However, I'll give you a chance. If you agree to my request to spar, I won't take your life when we fight later. Otherwise, don't blame me for not holding back. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone was still calm, and his expression was as calm as before. However, the other party did not seem to appreciate it. Instead, he sneered with a look of disdain. Boy, you've just entered the ultimate god realm. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you said that? Ridiculous. Now, I can confirm that you've just entered the ultimate god realm. You haven't even consolidated your cultivation base yet, and your divine power is unstable. Do you really think you can kill me? Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, the other party immediately attacked. The void trembled as scorching flames burned the void, whistling towards Duan Lingtian. It was unknown whether it was because Duan Lingtian's words earlier had alerted him or because he wanted to end the battle quickly. As soon as he attacked, he used his high-quality god artifact, a god artifact that could be called an elite weapon. It was a folding fan. He held the folding fan in his hand, and as he opened it, he seemed to be able to control the flames of the world. The flames burned the sky, enveloping the entire world, and converged towards Duan Lingtian. In addition, his divine power was stable when he attacked. It was obvious that he was a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. Compared to Duan Lingtian's divine power, it was not on the same level. Although this person's strength is not the best among the lower ultimate gods, he's not bad. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw his opponent attack. He had a rough idea of his opponent's strength. Normally, I can overpower him without using the 4 heavenly Dao. I won't use my avatar to fight with him. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Duan Lingtian's unstable divine power vibrated. The moment the space law appeared, signs of 100,000 miles of dim light appeared, covering an area of 100,000 miles. Then, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. With a shake of the sword, his divine power and the space law merged. In the form of a rainbow energy, the sword light condensed into a sword to meet the sweeping flames. Dim light of 100,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's opponent had a mocking smile on his face at first. He felt that the lower ultimate god in front of him was overestimating himself and dared to provoke him. However, the mocking smile on his face disappeared when he saw Duan Lingtian's space law phenomenon. It was replaced by a solemn expression. You're not completely useless after all. You've mastered the space law to such an extent. However, you can't kill me with just this little bit of strength. As his opponent sneered, flames condensed and collided head-on with Duan Lingtian's rainbow sword light. When the two collided, dazzling fireworks bloomed as beautiful as fireworks. The two of them were evenly matched in their first confrontation. I've underestimated you. However, with your strength, even if your bloodline power is extraordinary, you'll only be able to fight me to a draw. You're not qualified to kill me." At that moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He completely regarded Duan Lingtian as his opponent. In fact, when Duan Lingtian displayed the space law of 100,000 miles of dim light, his opponent knew that it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with his strength. Even if he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian in a short time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could escape and it would be difficult for him to catch up. After all, Duan Lingtian was an expert in the space law. In terms of speed, the wind law was first, followed by the space law and time law of the four supreme laws. If he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, his opponent's bloodline power would have to be very weak. The possibility of that was very, very small. Of course, even if he was aware of this, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat him, let alone kill him. Therefore, he did not admit defeat. He did not think it was necessary. Even if he wanted to stop, he had to wait for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to give him a way out. He would not take the initiative to stop. After all, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Waves of blood mist wrapped around his body at an unknown time. Then his body changed and revealed a 10-meter-tall ultimate god phantom. Only a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base could manifest the ultimate god phantom. Duan Lingtian did not have this ability at the moment. "Boy, your power of law is amazing. However, you haven't completely consolidated your cultivation base and your divine power is unstable. You're still no match for me." The lower ultimate god who had manifested the ultimate god phantom sneered and attacked with his ultimate god phantom. The flames in the sky surged and raged as if they could burn heaven and earth. At that moment, Duan Lingtian was engulfed in a sea of fire. The flames in the sky were surrounded by waves of blood mist. Soon, the blood mist merged with the flames and further increased the power of the flames. It was breathtaking. It was obvious that the bloodline power of a lower-rank ultimate god was capable of increasing the power of the laws. When his bloodline power merged with the power of law, although it had not reached the stage of 100,000 miles of dim light, there was already a faint outline of a vision. However, the vision did not appear for a long time. Such a situation would usually only happen to those who had mastered the power of law to the stage of 100,000 miles of dim light. At that moment, the lower ultimate god had achieved this with the help of his bloodline power. Not a bad bloodline power. However, just when his opponent thought he had defeated Duan Lingtian and that Duan Lingtian could only escape, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and continued to attack. He did not use his avatar. He did not use the four Tao of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian attacked again and was constantly suppressed by his opponent. He was completely at a disadvantage. "Boy, if you don't use your bloodline power, you'll die in less than 30 moves." The lower ultimate god said in an indifferent tone. His contempt and disdain were obvious. In fact, although he said so, he was confident that he could kill his opponent who had not used his bloodline power in 10 moves. The reason why he said that was just a ploy. He wanted to see if the other party would be careless because of this. If his opponent was careless, he would have a chance to kill his opponent before he activated his bloodline power. He could see it now. The reason why the purple-clad young man in front of him had not used his bloodline power was because he wanted to use him to test his newly transformed divine power. When he had just entered the lower ultimate god realm, he had also found someone to practice with. However, the person who practiced with him at that time was his elder, allowing him to test his divine power to his heart's content. However, his opponent was not related to him. He did not have the time to test his divine power with his opponent. "My divine power is indeed my shortcoming since I just broke through." However, Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not hear his opponent at all and continued to test his divine power. At the same time, he kept sighing in his heart during the process. "If this continues, I won't be able to stop his attacks in less than 10 moves." In fact, Duan Lingtian had already realized his current shortcomings and knew that he would soon be crushed by his opponent's attacks. At most, 3 moves will be enough to crush his attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent was filled with excitement. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, as long as he crushed his opponent's attacks, he would be able to seriously injure him. After that, even if his opponent used his bloodline power, he would not be able to escape under his nose. At that time, his opponent would definitely die. I won't play with you anymore. Just when Duan Lingtian's opponent thought that he was about to seriously injure his opponent, Duan Lingtian spoke in a calm tone. At the same time, the aura of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand suddenly changed. Earlier, the 7 orifices exquisite sword had actually been hiding its strength. At least, it had not shown the increase in power after the supreme artifact embryo was integrated into its body. Now it was showing its full power. Naturally, this display alone would not be able to turn the situation around. At most, it would only delay the time it would take for the 7 orifices exquisite sword to be defeated. However, the reason Duan Lingtian did this was because he wanted to personally experience the improvement of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. When Duan Lingtian's opponent heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was still a little wary. However, after sensing the changes in the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he was first stunned and then sneered in his heart. In his opinion, his opponent's artifact soul was still hiding its true strength. However, even if it did not hide its true strength now, it would only last a few moves at most. Even if he did not notice the danger, his artifact soul has. It seems that it will be difficult to keep him here. At this moment he felt a little regretful. He felt that the prey in front of him was about to escape, and he would not be able to kill his opponent. End of chapter. Chapter 4258. However, when he realized that the space around him was trembling and a strange and terrifying power seemed to be controlling the space around him, his expression changed completely. This is the Tao of control of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth? Although the purple-clad young man was at a disadvantage, the purple-clad young man was still looking at him calmly. His heart shuddered when he thought about what the purple-clad young man had said earlier. "I'm done playing with you." Previously, when he heard the purple-clad young man's words, he thought the purple-clad young man was just bluffing. However, when he saw the purple-clad young man's divine weapon, he thought the purple-clad young man was trying to escape. Perhaps, the purple-clad young man was using his bloodline energy to fight him to a draw. At this moment, the purple-clad young man finally understood the purple-clad young man's words. His strength is, at most, slightly weaker than mine. Now that he's using the Tao of control, he's definitely stronger than me. Most importantly, he hasn't used his bloodline energy yet. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man's bloodline energy should be able to fight him to a draw. However, the purple-clad young man's Tao of control, which was obviously not in its embryonic form, was more than enough to surpass him. Even if the purple-clad young man did not use his bloodline energy, it was more than enough to surpass him. Coupled with his bloodline energy, the purple-clad young man would definitely die. "Sir, I was just joking earlier." The purple-clad young man Duan Lingtian's purple-clad young man's expression changed rapidly. Finally, he forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. "After all, both of us are from the same realm of gods. Let's just spar." At the same time, the purple-clad young man's divine energy surged as flames raged on his body. He was ready to flee. He was waiting for the purple-clad young man's reply. He would flee as soon as he sensed something was amiss. Although his chances of escaping were slim, he knew he would die if he stayed. He had no choice but to flee even if he had a slim chance of survival. "Are you going back on your word?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "It's not that I didn't give you a chance earlier. You're the one who didn't cherish it." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the purple-clad young man's expression darkened. The flames on his body surged as he tried to flee. The purple-clad young man's 10-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body transformed into a huge fireball before it exploded. Bang! However, following a loud bang, the entire space seemed to be restricted by something, causing him to crash into the space above, causing the space to tremble. However, he did not manage to escape far away. Bush, 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 bush. Streaks of sharp and dazzling sword lights whizzed over and sealed off the surrounding void as if forming a sword formation. Coupled with the space control power, it trapped the escaping underground ultimate god of the divine offering land and prevented him from escaping. At that moment, the lower-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains turned pale. Sword principle. He was a lower ultimate god after all and was not a blind person. It was not difficult for him to see that this was another branch of the four heavens and earth Tao, the sword Tao. It was not weaker than the control Tao and its attainments were not low. At the very least, it was not inferior to the Tao of control that the other party had displayed earlier. This person I met. What kind of monster is he? Such a monster has just entered the ultimate god realm? In other words, this person has mastered such attainments in sword principle and control Tao before entering the ultimate god realm? Where did such a monster come from in the world of divine remains? I've never heard of such a monster even in those giant ultimate god forces. Whether now or in the past, I've never heard of such a thing. At that moment, the lower-rank ultimate god who realized that it would be difficult for him to escape completely panicked. He regretted being so forceful earlier and agreeing to spar with the other party. That way, things would not have turned out this way. Judging from the other party's posture, it was obvious that the other party did not intend to fight to the death and only wanted to spar with him. After all, the other party was very polite at the beginning. Judging from the other party's current strength, even an ordinary medium ultimate god would not be a match for the other party. If such a person really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to spar with him. Your Excellency, the low-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains forced a smile on his face and tried to make himself smile brightly. It's my fault for failing to recognize Mount Tai. You're a great man, so please forgive me. He was really panicking. Judging from the current situation, if the person in front of him really wanted to kill him, he might not be able to withstand more than 3 moves if he went all out. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He looked at him calmly and directly answered with his actions. Thousands of 7-colored sword rays gathered and attacked the other party. Bush, 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 bush. The 7-colored sword rays pierced through the air. In the face of obstacles, the tyrannical spatial energy helped to clear them first. The lower-rank ultimate god resisted with a pale face and repeatedly called out, "Your Excellency, however." Duan Lingtun was not interested in listening to the other party's introduction. Before the other party could finish his sentence, the space law clone had teleported behind the other party and then a cold sword light swept past and chopped off the other party's head. After that, the 7-colored sword rays that filled the sky swept down and turned the other party's body into a rain of blood. Blood poured down like rain. A tall, illusory figure, with the strength to support the heavens and earth, let out a cry of unwillingness, and then crashed to the ground. The lower-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains had fallen. He fell with regret. If Duan Lingtian had asked him to spar in the beginning, even if he was not very willing, Duan Lingtian would not be too interested in making things difficult for him as long as he did not go overboard. However, the problem was, Duan Lingtian asked him to spar and he actually wanted to take Duan Lingtian's life. From the moment he said that there was no need to talk about life and death, his fate was already sealed. Although the divine power of a lower-rank ultimate god is not very stable, it's not comparable to the divine power of an upper-rank ultimate god. With my current strength, except for some powerful middle-rank ultimate gods, most of the middle-rank ultimate gods and existences below the middle-rank ultimate god are no longer a threat to me. After a series of experiments, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of his current strength and was quite satisfied with it. The improvement of my cultivation base and strength is not too slow. Now, there's still 100 years before the spatial passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms reopens. I'll strive to become a middle-rank ultimate god after 100 years. Duan Lingtian knew very well. Although he had successfully become a lower-rank ultimate god, the path of cultivation would be much more difficult after he became a lower-rank ultimate god. Moreover, he would no longer have such a high-efficiency external force to help him advance. Even if he could kill someone with the same cultivation base or a higher cultivation base to obtain rewards, it would be like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for an ultimate god cultivator. Although there were still external forces, they would not be as effective for ultimate gods as they were for god emperors. I hope the opening of the personal secret realm and the chaotic area will bring me some luck. I still have 90 years to go. I hope my luck will be better. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to become a middle-rank ultimate god in 100 years. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. After becoming an ultimate god, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation speed even if he had many fortuitous encounters. Even if there were powerful supreme experts who were still alive and well, they would only be able to help him enter the medium ultimate god realm and consolidate his cultivation base 100 years later. It was almost impossible for him to improve his cultivation. Let's open the personal secret realm. I'll consume all my battle merits and see what kind of personal secret realm I can open. After killing the lower rank ultimate god in the divine offering land and causing the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the same place. He teleported a few times and left the area. Then, he entered the inner area and found a secluded place. He took out his battle merit token and consumed all his battle merits to open the personal secret realm. In the divine offering land, in an icy plain that was still some distance away from the Xia clan, a giant ultimate god clan. A graceful figure cut across the sky and headed towards the Xia family. However, in the void that was still some distance away from the Xia clan, there were a few people who spread out and guarded the four directions. Suddenly, the person who was guarding the east side narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Over there, a swift figure was rushing over at lightning speed. Is it Miss Ning Shui from the Xia clan? Has become a middle-rank ultimate god? And she has consolidated her cultivation base? It was an old man. At this moment, his expression changed drastically and he quickly sent out 5 messages at the same time. 3 of the messages were sent to 3 different directions around the Xia clan. The other 2 messages were sent to the west and crossed a very long distance to reach another giant ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, the Yun clan. Xia Ning Shui has become a middle-rank ultimate god? And she has consolidated her cultivation base as a middle-rank ultimate god? Xia Ning Shui was a genius in her previous life. Now that she has reincarnated, she has become even more of a genius? How long has it been since she reincarnated? She has recovered her cultivation base from her previous life? Yun Bin is no match for her now that she has recovered her cultivation base. 3 silhouettes flew towards the east of the Xia family from 3 different directions. Their divine powers filled the sky and their speed was extremely fast. In the east side of the Xia clan, the old man stopped the graceful figure that was heading toward the Xia clan. The graceful figure stopped after being stopped by the old man, revealing her graceful figure and beautiful face. She stared at the old man and frowned for a while before her eyebrows relaxed. Are you from the Yun clan? She had some impression of the old man in front of her. In her previous life, she seemed to have seen him when the Yun clan came to visit the Xia clan. However, she could not remember his name. She only vaguely remembered that he was an elder of the Yun clan. Yunbin greets Miss Ning Shui. The old man bowed slightly as a greeting, but the divine power around his body began to fluctuate without any concealment. Chapter 4259. Xia Ning Shui, also known as Kerr, who had just left the divine offering land and was about to return to the Xia clan, glanced at the old man who bowed and nodded. She was about to walk past the old man and return to the Xia clan. However, as soon as she moved, she was stopped by the old man again. Are you trying to stop me? Kerr's calm face darkened slightly at this moment. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. When she spoke again, her tone was cold. Miss Ning Shui. The old man, Yun Bin, an elder of the Yun clan, had a solemn expression on his face. The clan leader asked me to wait for you here and invite you to our Yun clan as a guest. Miss Ning Shui, Please don't make things difficult for me. Uncle? Kerr frowned slightly when she heard Yun Bin's words. The current clan leader of the Yun clan was her uncle. After all, after returning to the divine offering land in this lifetime, her uncle had not interfered with the matter between her and Yun Qinyan. She did not expect her uncle to find someone to stop her on her way back from the divine offering land. Something must have happened. Ku'er knew in her heart that something must have happened. Otherwise, her uncle would not act like this. He actually wanted to stop her outside the Xia family and bring her back to the Yun family. If I hadn't regained my strength from my past life, I'm afraid this person would have made a move and forcibly brought me back to the Yun clan. Kerr looked at the old man in front of her. It was not difficult to see the fear in his eyes. Clearly, he had discovered that she had regained her strength from her past life. Uncle is looking for me. Tell him to come to the Xia clan. Although Kerr did not know what had happened, she could not help but have an ominous feeling. Could it be that something had happened to her parents, Sister Faith, and her daughter? Did the Yun clan stop her because they did not want her to know about this? Kerr's expression changed drastically when she thought of this. At the same time, she no longer cared about being stopped. With a sway of her body, she tried to go around the old man. Miss Ning Shui, please come with me. The old man moved and stopped Kerr again. You can't stop me. Kerr glanced at the old man with disdain. After which, a brush appeared in her hand. With a single stroke, the space around the old man froze, and the old man froze in place. Time stopped. Almost at the same time, the old man's pupils shrank rapidly, and his face was filled with shock. Light circulated around his body, and it was obvious that he wanted to resist the power of time that enveloped him. However, even though he resisted with all his might, the effect was minimal. He could only force himself to slow down his movements. At this time, Kerr glanced at him indifferently and then flew away. Her current strength was not considered weak even among medium ultimate gods. At the very least, there were only a handful of medium ultimate gods in the Yun clan who could defeat her. The Yun family elder in front of him was obviously not one of them. However, just as she moved a distance away, Kerr instantly stopped. Her face revealed a solemn expression. Then, there was an additional sense of urgency in the depths of her eyes. Those who stop me shall die. With a cold shout, Kerr moved again. She did not hold back against the three people in front of her. The brush in her hand moved like a dragon. Wherever the brush touched, the void froze and time stood still. Let's join forces and break through her power of time. The Yun family elders who were rushing over from the other three directions of the Xia clan were all shocked. One of them said calmly to the other two. Immediately, the three of them joined forces, and the three forces merged together. Almost instantly, they broke through the imprisonment of Ku'er's power of time and surrounded Ku'er. 3 Yun family elders, 3 medium ultimate gods. They trapped Kerr in the middle of the encirclement. Miss Ning Shui. At this time, the power of time gradually dissipated as Kerr left. The Yun family elder, Yun Bin, who was finally free, managed to break through the shackles of time and caught up with her. We have no ill intentions. We just want to invite you back to the Yun clan as a guest. This is the patriarch's order. Please don't make things difficult for us, Miss Ning Shui. The old man went forward and joined the other 3. 4 Yun family elders, 4 medium ultimate gods. They surrounded Kerr and stared at Kerr fiercely. At this moment, the 4 of them had a shocked expression on their faces. They could not help but secretly communicate with each other through voice transmission. This Miss Ning Shui is really monstrous. She has reincarnated for less than 1,000 years. Not only has she returned to the peak of her cultivation in her previous life, but her strength has also increased by another level. Did you notice? Her power of time isn't as simple as the weak light of 100,000 miles. I feel that it's almost on par with the power of 1,000,000 miles of light of time. That's a kind of amplification power. If I'm not wrong, it should be the infinite Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. However, Miss Ning Shui probably hasn't mastered it completely. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. It's indeed the infinite Tao. I feel that she's only half a step away from mastering it completely. In the current generation of the Xia family, including the clan leader, no one is as talented as her. It's a pity that she's a girl. Otherwise, she'd be a great leader of the Xia family. No wonder both the patriarch and young Master Qin Yan wanted her to enter the Yun family. If such a monster could become young Master Qin Yan's wife, it would not only be young Master Qin Yan's fortune, but also our Yun family's fortune. Moreover, when she grows up, she'll have an important say in the Xia family. She can bring the Yun family and the Xia family closer together. At this moment, the 4 medium ultimate gods elders were shocked by Ker's current strength. They did not expect her to grow to such a level in such a short time. This news must be sent back to the family immediately. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them sent a message back to the Yun family. The Yun family is quite bold. When Ku'er saw that the Yun clan had sent 4 medium-level ultimate gods to stop him from entering the Xia clan, she felt that something was amiss and wanted to return home as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, she sent out a series of messages. Some were sent to her third uncle Xia Jie, some were sent to the subordinates of her third uncle Xia Jie, and some were sent to the elders in the family. As for her father, she hesitated for a moment but did not send out a message in the end. Although he was her biological father, she did not feel close to him even in her previous life. In fact, she felt closer to her third uncle Xia Jie than to her biological father. Furthermore, the Yun family's actions this time were extremely daring. Perhaps her father also knew a thing or two about it. Her uncle had, in all probability, spoken to her father. Oh no! Suddenly, Ker seemed to have noticed something and her eyes narrowed slightly. They've set up a formation around here to prevent me from sending a message back. What are they trying to do? At this moment, Ker could no longer remain calm. Her entire body's divine power surged as the power of temporal merged with her divine power. Through the divine brush in her hand, she struck again. During this process, she was so anxious that when she used the limitless Tao of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth again, she entered the same mysterious state that she had entered before. Moreover, in this state, her limitless Tao grasped this opportunity and successfully transformed. She had completely mastered the limitless Tao. Originally, Ker was a little powerless against the 4 members of the Yun family. However, after completely mastering the limitless Tao and summoning her avatar of the power of temporal, her strength was overpowering and slightly overpowering the 4 of them. What a monster! This Lady Ning Shui is too monstrous. She has completely mastered the limitless Tao. Is this the limitless Tao of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth? How terrifying! She has mastered the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. With Lady Ning Shui's talent and comprehension, it's not impossible for her to become an ultimate expert in the future. The 4 members of the Yun family became more and more shocked as they fought. In the end, all 4 of them activated their bloodline power and barely managed to overpower Ker, who had broken through the limitless Tao. However, they only managed to overpower her by a little. With their strength, it was impossible for them to defeat Ker or even restrain Ker. Now, we can only wait for the clan leader to send someone over or personally come over. With just the 4 of us, it's difficult for us to forcefully bring Lady Ning Shui back. I didn't expect us old men would be defeated by a little girl one day. If Miss Ning Shui and young Master Qin Yan can become husband and wife, it will be a great blessing for the Yun family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that his wife, Ker, had left the divine offering land and returned to the Xia clan. Moreover, he was stopped by the members of the Yun family near the entrance of the Xia clan. Currently, Duan Lingtian was focused on entering the solo secret zone that he had opened with all his battle merits. He wanted to improve his strength before the chaotic zone opened. Once that area opens up, I'm sure the people from the realms of gods, including the divine offering land and the sanctioned land, will head there in search of more fortuitous encounters. Even Ker will probably go. Perhaps, at that time, I'll be able to find Ker and reunite with her. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. It had been almost 1,000 years. He and his wife Ker had not seen each other for almost 1,000 years. After all, he and his wife, Kaer, had only been together for a few decades, and even then, they had spent more time apart than together. Even so, it did not affect his unwavering love for his wife, Kaer. In fact, the reason he had been able to overcome so many obstacles along the way was because of his wife, Kaer. Wait for me. We'll meet again soon. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp and determined as he entered the solo secret zone that had been opened with all his battle merits. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the realm battlefield, a lesser ultimate god from the divine offering land and a young man had also entered a solo secret zone. A solo secret zone that has been opened with a lot of battle merits must have a lot of brothels. This time, I must strive to become a medium ultimate god. Chapter 4260. Similar to the Shengang land and the world of divine offering, there were many powerful ultimate god forces in the sanctioned land. Almost all of them had the protection of living supreme experts. Ning Yishuan came from the Ning clan, a powerful ultimate god family in the sanctioned land. Although he was not a direct descendant of the Ning clan master, his status was even more honorable than the descendants of the Ning clan master. It was said that his lineage had once produced a supreme expert. Ning Yishuan was the recognized genius of the Ning clan. He was also recognized as the first genius in the history of the Ning clan. He became an emperor god when he was 1,800 years old. He became an ultimate god when he was 3,000 years old. Now, he was not even 4,000 years old, but his cultivation level was close to becoming a medium ultimate god. He was only one step away from becoming a medium ultimate god. Moreover, not only was his cultivation talent incredible, but his comprehension was also incredible. He was not even 4,000 years old and was only a lower ultimate god, but he had already comprehended the law of life to the point where he could illuminate 1,000,000 miles, creating a precedent for the Ning clan. In the Ning clan, there had never been anyone who had comprehended the law of life to the point where they could illuminate 1,000,000 miles before the age of 4,000. Recommend the book-chasing app that I have been using recently. Source changing divine artifact app. Read in cached mode, read aloud offline. There had never been anyone who had comprehended the law of life to the point where they could illuminate 1,000,000 miles with just the cultivation level of a lower ultimate god. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that he had also mastered the Spear Dao, one of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth, the Weapon Dao. He had completely mastered it instead of just grasping the embryonic form. In addition, there was a high-level profound divine metal in his body. There were even rumors. It was said that Ning Yishuan was valued by the supreme expert behind the Ning clan and had even stayed with the supreme expert for more than 1,000 years. During this period, he could receive the supreme expert's guidance at all times. Ning Yishuan was very famous in the sanctioned land. He was not only the pride of the Ning clan, but he was also recognized as the child of destiny by the people in the sanctioned land. There weren't many who didn't envy Ning Yishuan, and there weren't many who didn't envy Ning Yishuan. In the Ning clan in the sanctioned land. Clan Master. In the quiet courtyard, an old man looked at the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes who was slowly walking in and quickly bowed. His tone was filled with reverence. Fourth uncle. As for the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man, he bowed respectfully before the old man. You are an elder. There is no need for you to bow to me in private. The patriarch is the patriarch of the Ning family. We can't ignore the etiquette. The old man shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man asked, Patriarch, did you come this time for that child, Yishuan? The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. I just came out of seclusion when I heard that he had returned. Patriarch, you're late. The old man smiled bitterly. He came back 60 years ago. However, not long after he returned, he left the clan and went to the planar battlefield. Judging from his words, he's planning to break through to the medium-level ultimate god realm in the dimensional battlefield. As the old man spoke, there was a hint of worry between his brows. You're going to break through to medium-level ultimate god? The middle-aged man in luxurious robes, who was the current head of the Ning clan, a giant godly venerable rank clan in the land of sanctions, could not help but light up when he heard the old man's words. So soon? I remember, he's less than 4,000 years old, right? As expected of the most monstrous existence in the history of our Ning clan. The head of the Ning clan sighed. The old man could not help but smile bitterly. I do hope that he can be more ordinary. He's good at everything, but he can't stay idle and always likes to go outside. The head of the Ning clan smiled. If he didn't like to go outside and explore, he wouldn't be where he is today. Fourth uncle, don't worry. Yixuan will be fine. Perhaps the next time we see him, he'll already be a medium-level ultimate god. The head of the Ning clan comforted. He knew that the monstrous youth of their Ning clan would not die so easily. Not to mention his heaven-defying luck, there was still someone behind him. He knew that the ultimate powerhouse behind their Ning clan valued the other party very much. Furthermore, the other party had followed that ultimate powerhouse for many years. Even if he really encountered an undefeatable opponent, he might still have some life-saving means that ultimate powerhouse had bestowed upon him. Everything else aside for now. An ultimate expert's divine power was definitely not lacking. Although it was easier for him to obtain an ultimate expert's divine power than ordinary people, he still felt inferior compared to Ning Yixuan, even if he was the current head of the Ning clan. Perhaps, the Ning clan will have a second ultimate expert in this generation. The head of the Ning clan muttered to himself. Naturally, the old man beside him could not hear his mutterings. Even with the head of the Ning clan comforting him, the old man's eyes were still filled with worry. His clan was once glorious, but since that ultimate expert died, it seemed that their luck had been bad. Even if there were experts who rose up, they all fell in the outworld one after another. Now, their bloodline was only left with that one seedling. If something happened to him, their clan would be completely cut off. In the battlefield of the gods' adjudication. The battlefield where the divine offering land and the land of sanctions met. Ning Yixuan had been accumulating battle merits in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication for many years. He wanted to open a single secret realm and strive to enter the medium ultimate god realm before the chaotic area where more people from the realms of gods gathered. Now that the time had come, he did not care about his battle merits and directly opened the single secret realm to enter. I've accumulated so many battle merits to open this single secret realm. It shouldn't be possible for people from the divine offering land to enter at the same time and fight to the death with me, right? After entering the single secret realm, Ning Yixuan looked at the picturesque scenery around him and narrowed his eyes slightly. If there really is someone, then he can only blame himself for being unlucky. No matter how strong a lower ultimate god is, he won't be able to escape death when he meets me, Ning Yixuan. I've killed many medium ultimate gods in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication this time. A mere lower ultimate god is no match for me. Ning Yixuan was very confident. He indeed had the confidence to do so. After all, he was not an ordinary lower ultimate god. He was the pride of the Ning clan in the land of sanctions. He was also recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the land of sanctions, a peerless genius. Even in the land of sanctions, many people said that it was not just the land of sanctions. It was difficult to find another person who was more outstanding than Ning Yixuan in the realms of gods or even the entire heaven and earth. It was even difficult to find someone who was as outstanding as Ning Yixuan. Just as Ning Yixuan was waiting for the arrival of the first checkpoint, he realized that it did not appear for a long time. This made him have a guess in his heart. Could it be that there's really someone from the land of divine remains who is so unlucky as to enter the same single secret realm as me? To be able to enter this single secret realm with me. This means that he has also spent a long time accumulating battle merits to finally open this secret realm. I spent more than 50 years accumulating battle merits. He should have accumulated them for hundreds or even thousands of years. In Ning Yixuan's opinion, it was definitely not easy for a lower ultimate god to accumulate so many battle merits. He could accumulate them so quickly because he was strong enough to be almost invincible among the lower ultimate gods. Now, I'm looking forward to meeting him. Ning Yixuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. I wonder if he's a man or a woman. There's a high probability that he's a man. While Ning Yishuan was filled with curiosity and anticipation, in another place within the secret realm where he was, a purple figure stood in the air on a boundless plain. There hasn't been a checkpoint for so long? The young man in purple was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had been in this secret realm for some time, but after waiting for some time, he did not encounter any checkpoints. Although he had killed some lives in the secret realm, he only received some additional rewards. Moreover, those lives were scattered everywhere and did not look like a secret realm checkpoint at all. This situation, could it be that someone from the land of sanctions entered this single secret realm with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he thought of this. How could a lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions be so bored? Even a lower ultimate god with some strength would have to spend at least hundreds or thousands of years to accumulate so many battle merits, right? He has accumulated so many battle merits to open this single secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, he's preparing for the opening of that chaotic area. What a pity! It's a pity that he met me. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was destined to be unlucky to have met him this time. With his current strength, he was not afraid of a lower ultimate god no matter how strong he was. Moreover, he did not think that a lower ultimate god could be that strong. At least, he had not heard of any lower ultimate god who could easily kill a medium ultimate god when he was in the Shengang land. Even if there were a few lower ultimate gods who could kill a medium ultimate god, they had killed those who had not consolidated their cultivation base. They were incomparable to his current strength. The single secret realm is a duel between me and him. Everything in this secret realm is just icing on the cake. With so many battle merits to open this single secret realm, the extra rewards will definitely be very generous once we decide the winner. Next, I'll find him directly. I hope he's not hiding too deeply. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian moved as fast as lightning. Almost at the same time, in another place in this secret realm, a young man in a blue robe was surrounded by light. His figure swayed, and he flew out with the wind. That lower ultimate god from the land of the gods should have realized that this is a single secret realm for a duel with me. I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid he's hiding. I'll try to find him before he hides. Otherwise, I'll have to wait until the final moment before the secret realm closes and force him to appear before I can find him. In a secret realm that was neither too big nor too small. Two lower ultimate gods were looking for each other. Chapter 4261. Outside the Xia family. A slender figure was fighting against four people. Although she was at a disadvantage, she was undefeatable. At every critical moment, the law of time combined with the limitless Tao was enough to save her from danger. Even so, the owner of the slender figure still had an ugly expression on her face. She knew that if this continued, she would not be able to escape the fate of being captured when the Yun family arrived. Time passed quietly. At some point, a divine artifact flying ship arrived at the speed of a high-level ultimate god. Then two figures walked out of the ship. One of them was a middle-aged man while the other was a young man. Both of them looked similar. The young man was respectfully following behind the middle-aged man. When he saw the slender figure in the distance, his eyes were filled with shock. However, after the shock, his eyes shone brightly. Cousin's abilities are indeed stronger than she was in her previous life. The middle-aged man who was walking in front sighed. If Ning Shui was a man, the Xia family would definitely reach new heights under her leadership. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, it's also because she's not a man that you and the Yun family have a chance. Today, I'll capture her and bring her back to the Yun family. I'll find a high-level ultimate god who's skilled in the Soul Tao and use a secret technique on her. I'll try my best to erase part of her memories from this life and her previous life so that she'll return to her teenage years. If you still can't win her heart under such circumstances, then you'll have to take another step and make her pregnant with your child. The young man's eyes narrowed when he heard the middle-aged man's voice transmission. Then, he said bitterly, "Father, you know cousin's character? If we force it, even if she doesn't have her memories, I'm afraid she'll choose to die together with us." The middle-aged man replied calmly, "That's why we have to find a way to erase her memories. After she's forgotten her extreme actions from her previous life and her memories from this life, you can interact with her again. Try your best to make her like you and not reject you as much. Under such circumstances, no matter how much you force it, even if she's unhappy, she won't go to extremes." He was well aware of his niece's personality. As such, he could not allow her to go to extremes. Otherwise, the relationship between the Yun family and the Xia family would reach a stalemate or even break apart. Although his brother-in-law did not dote on his niece as much as he did his nephews, she was still his daughter after all. It was impossible for him to leave her in the lurch. There were many things that he wouldn't dare to do if he wasn't confident. He had originally intended to do good deeds. If he were to fail in his attempt to draw a tiger and end up looking like a dog instead, that would not be what he wanted. Shwe. The middle-aged man appeared and raised his hand. The 4 mid-level ultimate gods from the Yun clan stopped fighting and stood behind the middle-aged man as if they were his followers. At the same time, Kerr, who was besieged by 4 people, stopped and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. "Uncle, why did you ask them to stop me? Did you kill my husband's parents?" This was what Kerr was most worried about. Otherwise, why would the Yun family stop her from returning to the Xia family? She was worried when she thought of this possibility. Currently, the soul pearls of her parents-in-law, Sister Fei, and even her daughter, Duan Si Ling, had lost their effectiveness as time passed. For this reason, she could not confirm if they were still alive through the soul pearls. The middle-aged man, who was the clan leader of the Yun clan, shook his head lightly. "Shwe, they're still alive and well. I can assure you of this." "Then why did you ask them to stop me? Why didn't you let me send a message back?" Kerr asked coldly. In her past life, even if she was unwilling to marry her cousin, Yun Qingyan, she still respected her uncle as an elder. However, the respect she had for her uncle was now gone because of his actions. "Shwe, you'll find out about this in the future. Why don't you follow me back to the Yun clan and be a guest for a while?" The clan leader of the Yun clan said with a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. At the same time, there was a faint glimmer in the depths of his eyes that was captivating. Even Kerr was slightly dazed at this moment. At this moment, the originally hostile scene suddenly became deathly silent. At this moment, the clan leader of the Yun clan had cast the soul-assimilating mystic technique with his soul energy that was considered top-notch among high-level ultimate gods. He intended to temporarily distract his niece and forcefully bring her back to the Yun clan before deciding what to do next. He was afraid she would go to extremes at this moment. This was something he was worried about and did not want to see. A mere high-level ultimate god dares to distract my master? At this moment, a voice reverberated in Kerr's ears. The voice was cold and childish. At the same time, a faint ray of light shot out of Kerr's body and swept toward her soul. Bang! As the pen light shot out, the strands of external soul energy were immediately severed. A single stroke was enough to sever one's soul. At this moment, Kerr's mind was completely clear. As for the culprit, the clan leader of the Yun clan, he could not help but change his expression. Shwe's divine weapon can actually restrain the soul-assimilating mystic technique? At this moment, he suddenly felt that things were going to be difficult. This divine weapon was obviously obtained by his niece in the dimensional battlefield. Before this, although she had also obtained a divine weapon from her previous life, it was not this godly brush. This godly brush was not an ordinary divine weapon. It gave him the feeling that it might have been fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. However, it did not strengthen itself but instead gave it the ability to destroy souls. If the embryo of a supreme divine weapon was fused with a high-level divine weapon, it could strengthen the weapon or give it some kind of ability. Even if I bring her back to the Yun clan and find a high-level ultimate god who specializes in soul-assimilating mystic techniques, can they really interfere with her memories? At this moment, he was doubtful. It seems that if I want to succeed, I'll have to take away her divine weapon first. He sighed in his heart, feeling that things were going to be a little tricky. A full soul superior divine weapon was not something that could be easily taken away. It was a divine weapon that could be fused with its owner's body and be compatible with its owner. Unless the owner of the divine weapon was willing, the only way to make the divine weapon independent was to kill the owner. What a clan leader of the Yun clan! At this moment, Kerr, who had regained her senses, realized what had happened to her with the reminder of the divine weapon's soul. When she looked at the clan leader of the Yun clan again, her eyes were cold and she no longer addressed him as uncle. You actually used the soul-assimilating mystic technique on me. It seems like you want to forcibly restrict my freedom. At this moment, I'll make my stance clear. If you want to take me away by force, it's impossible. Over my dead body. If I want to commit suicide, even the clan leader of the Yun clan can't stop me. As she spoke, a cold smile appeared on Ker's face. Cousin. At this moment, the young man standing behind the clan leader of the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan, said, My father is your uncle. He's your senior. How can you speak to him in such a manner? In the Yun clan, the clan leader of the Yun clan's younger sister was not the only one who had married the clan leader of the Xia clan. Moreover, the clan leader of the Yun clan's first wife, who was also Yun Qingyan's biological sister, was also married to the clan leader of the Xia clan. She was also the first wife of the clan leader of the Xia clan. After the death of his first wife, the clan leader of the Yun clan's second wife was married to the clan leader of the Xia clan. Naturally, Kerr was not the child of the two wives of the clan leader of the Xia clan in her past life. She was an illegitimate daughter whom the clan leader of the Xia clan had brought back from outside. For this reason, she did not address the clan leader of the Yun clan as uncle. She usually addressed him as uncle. Since her biological father was the first wife of the clan leader of the Xia clan, it made sense for her to address the clan leader of the Yun clan as such. Kerr merely glanced at Yun Qingyan indifferently when she heard his reprimand. Yun Qingyan, do you know how I viewed you in my past life? She did not wait for Yun Qingyan's reply and continued to say, In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. In my past life, you wanted to marry me because of my strength and innate talent. I killed myself in hopes of reincarnating so that I could fulfill my father's wish and destroy our engagement. However, I didn't expect you and the Yun clan would not let me go. Kerr's voice grew colder as she spoke. Yun Qingyan was not angry when he heard her words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Cousin, you were stubborn back then. Neither I nor the Yun clan promised you that we would destroy our engagement if you successfully reincarnated. Back then, this cousin of his had threatened his uncle that she would die to repay him with her flesh and blood. After all, she was only able to appear in this world because of him. Back then, it had caused a huge commotion. Many people, including him and the Yun clan, had tried to stop her, but they could not shake her determination. At that time, when his cousin had died, he had thought that it was impossible for her to reincarnate successfully since it was a path of certain death. He did not have the guts to do so. However, he didn't expect that his cousin would succeed. Of course, he knew that his cousin had succeeded because his cousin's cultivation base had increased to a certain level in this life. That was how he found out through the means of the Yun clan and the Xia clan. At that time, he had thought that since his cousin was so unwilling and had lost her cultivation base after reincarnating, it would be fine if she did not continue with the engagement in her past life. However, at that time, his father had come to him and told him that as the saying went, destruction is the key to creation. If there were no accidents, his cousin would become even more monstrous after experiencing the calamity of life and death. At that time, he was tempted again. He could not help but be tempted. Later on, when he saw his cousin in this life and learned that she had found a husband and had a child with him, he was enraged and jealous. The woman in his life had been snatched away by someone else. If his cousin had not threatened him with her life, he would not have let that person off so easily. Chapter 4262. Although Yun Qingyan did not have strong feelings for his cousin, he was still in love with her. However, the marriage contract in his past life had made him view his cousin as his personal property. He would not allow anyone to take her away from him. For this reason, when he learned that his cousin had a husband and a child with him after reincarnating, he was so furious that he wanted to kill her more than once. He even thought that even if his cousin really wanted to die, he would still vent his anger on her. However, whenever he thought about his father and how he would have to rely on his cousin to take charge of the Yun clan in the future, he suppressed his anger. Later on, he brought his cousin back to the realms of gods. However, since his uncle, the clan leader of the Xia clan, had spoken, he had no choice but to send her back to the Xia clan. Moreover, he had left the hostages related to Duan Lingtian behind in the Xia clan. Of course, before he left, his uncle, the current patriarch of the Xia clan, had promised him that after 1,000 years, when the planar battlefield closed, he would marry his cousin. At that time, the Xia family would also use the hostages he had captured to threaten his cousin. Only then did he feel at ease leaving the Xia clan. However, he did not expect such a drastic change would occur in the Xia clan a few hundred years later. A powerhouse from the land of sanctions had gone to the Xia clan to look for trouble with his uncle, the clan leader of the Xia clan. Meanwhile, the third master of the Xia clan had seized this opportunity to send the hostages he had captured who were related to Duan Lingtian out of the divine offering land. From then on, the trump card that was used to coerce his cousin was gone. If his cousin found out about this, she would never marry him again. Initially, he had thought he could wait until the realm battlefield closed and the passageway between the realms of gods and the lower realms of gods opened. At that time, he would be able to capture Duan Lingtian and his family members and coerce his cousin. It would only take him a little more effort. His father had agreed with his plan. However, he did not expect this to happen. Duan Lingtian, his cousin's husband in this life, who was as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, had risen to prominence in less than 1,000 years. Last time, he had almost killed him. If it wasn't for the fact that his father had left something in his hands, he would have died then and there. After that incident, he felt a lingering fear. It was also after that incident that his father overturned his previous plan, because the plan to capture and threaten Duan Lingtian and his family again was no longer realistic. Duan Lingtian's growth was simply beyond their control. Now, even if the dimensional battlefield was closed, the Xia clan could only send people to the lower planes. Those who were not suppressed were only medium-level ultimate gods. With Duan Lingtian's speed of growth, he would most likely enter the medium ultimate god realm by then. Duan Lingtian came from a lower secondary plane, so he could form law avatars. As long as he had a law of space avatar to protect his family, the people they sent to the lower secondary planes were destined to be unable to do anything to them. They might not even be able to return. Please recommend the book app I've been using recently, Source Changing Artifact. Lots of books, complete books, and fast updates. The original plan was overturned. The new plan was launched. The new plan was to strike first to gain the upper hand. The first step was to send people to guard near the Xia clan to prevent his cousin, Xianing Xue, from returning to the Xia clan. They would not let her know that Duan Lingtian's family was no longer in the Xia clan and was no longer under threat. Once his cousin knew about this, everything would be out of their control. With his cousin's character, without something to threaten her, their engagement was destined to be a joke. One had to know that his cousin had no qualms in her previous life. She was even willing to give up her life to resist the engagement. If such a strong person did not have a soft spot, no one could make her do anything she did not want to do. The second step was to find an expert who was good at soul techniques to erase his cousin's memory after threatening her. Then they would have a child. After that, even if his cousin's memory was restored, as long as the child stayed in the Xia clan, it would be enough to bind her. In the future, with that child in his hands, it would be equivalent to having another trump card to threaten his cousin. He knew his cousin's character very well. If it was really her own child, she would not sit by and do nothing. However, based on the current situation, his cousin seemed to have had a fortuitous encounter in the dimensional battlefield. She had obtained a divine weapon that could break soul techniques. Now, even his father had told him through sound transmission that things were getting tricky. There were only two options left. The first option was to not let his cousin know that Duan Lingtian's family had left the Xia clan and escaped their control. Then he would force her to marry him. The second option was to seize his cousin's divine weapon and continue with the second step of the original plan. Obviously, comparing the two options, the second option was more unrealistic. Shui. The head of the Yun clan glanced at Kerr indifferently and said, "Some time ago, I went to find your father and personally brought your husband's parents to the Yun clan. Don't you want to go to the Yun clan to see them?" The head of the Yun clan was already thinking of tricking his niece into leaving first. When she was not as vigilant as she was now, he would then make his move and imprison her, preventing her from committing suicide. Now, he had a feeling that if he dared to use force, his niece would most likely choose to die. Therefore, he could only lie to her now. Kerr laughed mockingly. "Head of the Yun clan, I don't dare to believe your words. Today, before I see the members of the Yun clan, I will not leave with you. I still want to know why you are preventing me from returning to the Xia clan. What happened in the Xia clan?" Kerr's attitude was very firm. There was no room for negotiation. From beginning to end, there was a sharp energy accumulating in her body. If the head of the Yun clan dared to make a move against her, she would not hesitate to end her own life. She also believed that the head of the Yun clan would not dare to take the risk and force her to her death. Therefore, she had him firmly in her grasp. Only in this way would she be able to contact the Xia clan and find out what had happened there. The head of the Yun clan could not help but frown slightly when he saw Kerr's determination and vigilance. Even Yun Qingyan was starting to panic. He sent a voice transmission to the head of the Yun clan. "Father, what should we do now?" Based on her attitude, if we don't let her see the Xia clan and return to the Xia clan, she will really choose to die again. Father, based on her stubbornness in her past life, she is really capable of doing that. If possible, Yun Qingyan did not want his cousin to die. Once she was dead, she would no longer be of any use to him. "Of course, I know that." The head of the Yun clan snorted coldly. His voice was filled with anger as he said, "I'm the head of the Yun clan. I can't believe there would be a day when I would threaten a little girl. If word of this gets out, I won't be able to face anyone anymore. In the end, it's because you are useless. If you had worked harder, with her talent and comprehension, I wouldn't have needed to rely on you." He knew his son was not only inferior to him, but he was also inferior to the patriarchs of the Yun clan. Even if he became the head of the Yun clan, he would not have much of a deterrent force. He and the patriarchs of the Yun clan would not be able to protect his son forever. Therefore, he had chosen his niece, Xia Ningshui, who was not related to the Yun clan by blood, for his son. He wanted her to be a great help to his son. However, he did not expect his plan would cause so many problems. Yun Qingyan was silent when he heard his father's reprimand. He did not dare to speak. But in his heart, he was not convinced. "Am I that bad?" "What? You're not convinced?" As Yun Qingyan's father, how could the head of the Yun clan not see through Yun Qingyan's thoughts? Let's not talk about Xia Ningshui. Let's talk about her husband in this life. Can you compare to Duan Lingtian? You can't even compare to Duan Lingtian's little finger. Although I don't know how he rose to prominence, he's definitely a monster among monsters to be able to rise to where he is today from a mundane realm in less than 1,000 years. At the very least, I know some legendary supreme powerhouses who rose from mundane realms might not be as glorious as him. If nothing goes wrong, Duan Lingtian is destined to become a supreme powerhouse given enough time. The head of the Yun clan paused for a moment before he continued, "Originally, if Xia Ningshui was determined not to marry you in this life, it's not a big deal for me to give up. However, the problem is you have offended Duan Lingtian. He has great potential to become a supreme powerhouse. In fact, in my opinion, he has a higher chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse than me and Xiaoyu. In the future, if he wants to take revenge on you and the Yun clan, it won't be difficult. Now, I can only take the Yun clan with me and follow you to the end. Today, I've allowed you to marry Xia Ningshui not only so that you'll have a formidable force in the Yun clan in the future, but also so that you can lure Duan Lingtian out. The most important thing now is to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian will become a huge problem for you and the Yun clan." The head of the Yun clan's tone turned gloomier as he spoke. Yun Qingyan's face turned pale when he heard his father's words. However, he knew his father's worries were justified. Based on the speed at which Duan Lingtian grew, he would definitely become a huge problem for him and the Yun clan in the future if he was allowed to do as he pleased. Father. Yun Qin sent a voice transmission to his father. Why don't we ask the old ancestor to kill Duan Lingtian? The old ancestor is a supreme powerhouse. Isn't it easy for him to kill someone? Yun Qin said. In his opinion, the old ancestor of the Yun clan was a supreme powerhouse and was extremely powerful. There were not many people in this world that he could not kill. If the old ancestor was willing to make a move, it would not be difficult for him to find Duan Lingtian and kill him. Yun Qin stared at his father with burning eyes. His face and eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 4263. Look for the old ancestor? The patriarch of the Yun family indifferently glanced at his son. Do you believe that if the patriarch knew that because of your stupidity, the Yun family had offended a young man with astonishing potential, he would first erase you before killing the other party? As the clan leader of the Yun clan, he knew a lot about the old ancestor's temper. He had only met him once. This was because there were older people in the Yun clan who were more familiar with the old ancestor. Moreover, the clan leader of the Yun clan had many records of the old ancestor's temper. Therefore, he knew the old ancestor's temper very well. If the old ancestor found out that the Yun clan had offended such a monstrous young man because of his son, the old ancestor would rather kill the young man than let his son go. Yun Qin fell silent when he heard his father's words. Although he really wanted Duan Lingtian to die, he was unwilling to do so if he had to pay with his own life. Father, what should we do now? Yun Qin glanced at his cousin, Xianing Shui, and asked his father worriedly through voice transmission. She wasn't even afraid of death in her previous life. Now, if she makes up her mind, she'll kill herself. Father, why don't you talk to Uncle? Uncle, you should still support marrying her to me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to coerce Duan Lingtian's family and friends into marrying my cousin. Yun Qin said. Upon hearing his son's words, the clan leader of the Yun clan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Did this foolish boy really think that his uncle supported his daughter marrying him? After all, after his niece had decided to commit suicide and break off the engagement, his brother-in-law's attitude toward him and his son had become much colder. Although he did not say anything, he must have complained a lot in his heart. Last time, when his son had returned, he had also gone to the Xia family and had spoken to his brother-in-law. There was no lack of threats in his words. Only then did his brother-in-law relent. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, his brother-in-law wouldn't allow his son to disturb his daughter's life. However, his foolish son was unaware of this. With this thought in mind, the clan leader of the Yun clan no longer bothered with Yun Qin. He turned to look at the woman standing nearby and said, Shui, I can ask your father to come here personally. Don't be rash. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Yun family sent out a message. However, during this process, Kerr had a vigilant look on her face. Clearly, she didn't believe her uncle's words. She was prepared to unleash her power at any moment. Not long after, a figure arrived in the sky with an overbearing aura. Only then did the accumulated power in Kerr's body slow down. The person who came was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes. His face was firm, and his facial features were very handsome. One could see some of Kerr's features on his face. Looking at this middle-aged man, it was not hard to tell that he must have been a rare handsome man when he was young. However, at this very moment, when he appeared, he glanced at Ku'er and frowned slightly. Shui, are you all right? He opened his mouth. His voice was low, but there was some gentleness in it. Father, I'm fine. Kerr looked at the man who had just arrived. A conflicted look flashed across her eyes, but she still addressed him respectfully as father. This was a habit that she had developed subconsciously in her previous life. Naturally, she was very displeased with her father. Let's end it here. The man who had just arrived was the head of the Xia family, Xiaoyu. He glanced at the head of the Yun family, who was standing in the distance. His tone was casual, but there was no room for doubt. Brother-in-law. The head of the Yun family grinned. Since Shui is still unwilling to marry Yen, or even after experiencing 2 lifetimes, the Yun family and I will not force this matter. Shui and Yen's marriage will be called off. When the head of the Yun family said this, not only was Kerr stunned, but even the head of the Xia family, Xia Yu, was taken aback. He looked at the head of the Yun family and asked, "Do you mean what you said?" Initially, when he found out that his daughter had successfully reincarnated, he had no intention of forcing his daughter to marry his nephew, Yun Qinyan. However, when the head of the Yun family came looking for him and threatened him with the safety of the supreme powerhouse, the old ancestor of the Xia family, he had no choice but to compromise. Although the supreme powerhouse from the Yun family might not have the guts to do such a thing, if he really did, the old ancestor of the Xia family would most likely die. Even if the other supreme powerhouses wanted to punish him, they would not make him pay with his life. The supreme powerhouses were the top forces in the God-defying realm. They were the pillars of the God-defying realm in the outer land. Any one of them was extremely important. Even if a supreme powerhouse killed another supreme powerhouse, the killer would most likely not be executed by the other supreme powerhouses. At most, the killer would be sent to guard a perilous place in the outer land for a certain period of time. Of course, it's true. The head of the Yun family nodded with a smile. At the same time, he no longer spoke. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Xia Yu and said, "Brother-in-law, I only have one request. That is to avenge Yen and kill Shui's husband from the mundane realm." That lowly commoner from the mundane realm blasphemed the noble bloodline of the Xia family. He should be killed for this crime. Xia Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard the head of the Yun family's words. He knew the head of the Yun family very well. He knew that the head of the Yun family would not let his son, Yun Qinyan, lose the chance to marry his daughter, Xia Ningshui, just to kill a mediocre person from the mundane realm. Of course, the mediocre person was a mediocre person. What did that boy do to make him pay such a high price? Xia Yu was slightly confused. However, Xia Yu looked at the head of the Yun family and sent a voice transmission to the head of the Yun family. "Tell me, why are you so insistent on killing that person and willing to pay such a high price? Tell me the truth. There's no point in lying to me." The head of the Yun family was not surprised by Xia Yu's straightforward question. "You're indeed the head of the Xia family. You're very meticulous." "That's right. I have my reasons for being willing to pay such a high price to kill that person. I won't hide it from you. That person is now a lower ultimate god and almost killed Yen last time. A lower ultimate god who's not even 1,000 years old. I don't want to let such a potential threat grow." The head of the Yun family said. Xia Yu was taken aback by the head of the Yun family's words. That boy from the mundane realm has become a lower ultimate god? He found it hard to believe. Although his third brother, Xia Jie, had told him in the past that his son-in-law was not an ordinary person, he had only chuckled when he heard it and did not take it seriously. How could a native from the mundane realm achieve anything even if he was not an ordinary person? It was already good enough for him to make a name for himself in the Devata realm. However, he was shocked when he heard the head of the Yun family's words. He found it hard to imagine how a native from the mundane realm could achieve such a feat in just 1,000 years. At the very least, he had never heard of anyone breaking through to the ultimate god stage before the age of 1,000. Even the natives of the realms of gods had never done such a thing. That boy's innate talent is monstrous indeed. He's a good match for Shui. At this moment, even Xia Yu didn't know why, but this thought popped up in his mind. The clan leader of the Yun family's expression changed when he saw Xia Yu's thoughts. "Don't even think about matchmaking them, Shui. Can choose not to marry Yen, but Duan Lingtan must die. Moreover, you must cooperate with me to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if something happens to that senior from the Xia family while he's on duty, it'll be a big deal. You know what I mean." Once again, the patriarch of the Yun family once again used this matter to threaten Xia Yu. A cold glint flashed across Xia Yu's eyes. At the same time, There was a hint of unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. However, in the end, he gave in. On one hand, there was the Xia family's biggest backer. He was the only surviving supreme powerhouse in the Xia family. His existence was crucial to the Xia family's prosperity. On the other hand, there was a peerless genius who would be extremely powerful in the future. However, after weighing the two options, he could only choose the former. "What do you want me to do?" Xia Yu asked in a low voice. Before the patriarch of the Yun family could speak, Yun Qingyan, who was standing by the side, was stunned when he heard that the patriarch of the Yun family would not force his cousin, Xia Ningshui, to marry him. "Father!" Yun Qingyan raised his voice and asked, "Why? Why?" He could not figure out why his father would suddenly change his mind and say that the Xia family would not force his cousin, Xia Ningshui, to marry him. Everything happened so suddenly. He did not even have time to react. Therefore, at this moment, he lost his composure. "Shut up!" The clan leader of the Yun family glared at Yun Qingyan and reprimanded him. "You have no right to question my decision." The clan leader of the Yun family explained to Yun Qingyan through voice transmission. "Do you want to marry Xia Ningshui and face an enemy like Duan Lingtian? Or do you want to lose Xia Ningshui and let that Duan Lingtian die?" Insert a perfect copybook chasing artifact old version changeable source app, changeable source artifact, 2 choices. Choose one of the two. If you choose the former, I will immediately change my words. On the battlefield of divine judgment. In a one-man secret realm. 2 silhouettes that were sometimes swift and sometimes hidden finally met after crossing mountains and valleys. They found each other as they wished. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes shining brightly. "I finally found this guy. This guy actually didn't hide? Was he very confident in himself?" At the same time, the young man standing opposite Duan Lingtian, Ning Yishuan from the sanctioned Ning family, was also staring at the purple-clothed young man before him. His thoughts were no different from Duan Lingtian's. This guy didn't hide? Was it that easy to find? Furthermore, when he saw him earlier, he actually took the initiative to greet him. Chapter 4264. Of course, without waiting for Yun Qingyan's reply, the clan leader of Yun clan continued, "Even if you choose the former, I'm afraid your uncle won't support you in marrying your cousin." His words cut off Yun Qingyan's last shred of hope. "I'm afraid we've crossed his bottom line by intercepting Shui, or outside the Xia clan's estate." Earlier, when the clan leader of Xia clan, Xia Yu, had appeared, he had said, "Let's stop here." It was clear Xia Yu had made it clear that he would not force his daughter to marry him even if he did not care about Yun Qingyan's threat. In fact, Yun Qingyan had already guessed this would happen before he brought Xia Yu here. He knew his brother-in-law's character very well. In the past, he had succeeded in threatening Xia Yu because his brother-in-law had not interacted with his daughter in this life. Now that his daughter had regained her memories and cultivation base from her previous life, she was still determined not to marry into the Yun clan. It would be difficult for him to threaten his brother-in-law again. Perhaps, in a fit of anger, Xia Yu would take the risk and threaten him with the life of a direct descendant of the Yun clan. Today, Yun Qingyan had changed his mind at the last minute because he had sensed Xia Yu's unyielding attitude. He did not only ask Xia Yu to help him kill Duan Lingtian. Now, it was almost impossible for him to force Xia Yu to marry his daughter off again. On the other hand, if he wanted to kill someone he did not have any feelings for, the chances of success were slim. After the clan leader of Yun clan told Yun Qingyan the truth and analyzed the pros and cons, Yun Qingyan had no choice but to accept his fate. "What do you want me to do?" Xia Yu, the clan leader of Xia clan, asked in a low voice as he stared coldly at the clan leader of Yun clan. Hearing those words, the Yun family's master knew that the other party had agreed. He wasn't surprised at all because it was all within his expectations. "I hope you won't let Shui know that Xia Jie has released Duan Lingtian's family. Let's seal her in a spatial tunnel left behind by the Ling clan. What do you think? With the two of us working together, it'll be difficult to break the seal unless a supreme powerhouse makes a move. Even I, without you, would not be able to undo the seal." In addition, even if there were many existences at our level, it would be impossible to break the seal in a short period of time. That little bit of time would be enough for us to rush over. Shui is sealed there, so you don't have to worry about her safety. You also don't have to worry about her cultivation. That place is very suitable for cultivating and comprehending the various laws. You should be aware of this. The Yun family's patriarch transmitted his voice to Xia Yu. Hearing this, Xia Yu said in a deep voice, "You've thought it through." And then? Spread the news and let that Duan Lingtian save Shui? Facing Xia Yu's question, the head of the Yun family replied, "Of course not. I sealed Shui, because I didn't want Shui, to cause more trouble. To the public, our two families have been spreading the news of Shui and Yen-er's wedding. The news will be spread after 100 years, when the planar battlefield closes. I suspect that Duan Lingtian is currently in the planar battlefield, and he might not know if we spread the news outside. Moreover, he should already know that Shui entered the planar battlefield first. Perhaps he's currently in the planar battlefield looking for Shui. So even if he receives the news now, he might not believe it. 100 years from now, when the planar battlefield closes, will be the best time to spread the news. 10 years after the planar battlefield closes will be the wedding date in the news we spread. At that time, our Yun family and your Xia family will hold a grand banquet and invite everyone." The Yun family's patriarch pondered for a moment before saying these last words. "Of course, if we do this, even if we kill that Duan Lingtian, it will damage Shui's reputation. At that time, I'll personally explain that Duan Lingtian has killed many of our Yun family's direct descendants, so our Yun family must kill him, and your Xia family is merely helping. What do you think?" As the Yun family's patriarch finished speaking, he stared at Xia Yu with a look of certainty, as if he wasn't worried at all that Xia Yu would refuse. As for Xia Yu, although he seemed to be moved, he was still hesitant. At this moment, the Yun family's patriarch looked at the woman standing not far away and said in a low voice, "Shui, from today onwards, Yen-er will never bother you again. However, your actions in this lifetime are too negative for our Yun family. To give the rest of the Yun family an explanation, I will join forces with you and seal you in a space tunnel. Don't worry, it's very safe there, and it won't affect your cultivation, comprehension of the laws, or the 4 daos of heaven and earth. Just for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, your father and I will return you your freedom." As the Yun family's patriarch spoke, Xia Yu also looked at his daughter not far away. His gaze was calm, but it seemed like he was also seeking her opinion. At this moment, Kerr heard the Yun family's patriarch's words and was first stunned, then she felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. It was that simple? Only sealing her for 1,000 years? The Yun family would completely give up on the idea of marriage with her and the Xia family? No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem realistic. After all, when she returned in the past, her father's attitude and the Yun family's attitude had once made her feel hopeless. She never thought that after a lifetime, they would still not let her go. But now, when she compared the two, she felt that it was very unrealistic. "Father." Kerr looked at Xia Yu. She knew that this matter could only make the Yun family compromise because of her father's efforts. Otherwise, the Yun family would not have compromised like this. "They're fine." Xia Yu seemed to be able to read the meaning in his daughter's eyes. He said bluntly, "Back then, not long after you went to the dimensional battlefield, an enemy of mine in the land of sanctions came looking for me. He fought with me, and your third uncle took the opportunity to send them all out of the divine offering land. He forcefully tore open space and sent them back to the mundane realm." Xia Yu said, "If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask your third uncle yourself." Your third uncle entered the dimensional battlefield to look for you after that. You can ask the people around him." A hint of joy appeared on Kerr's face when she heard Xia Yu's words. Then, a slight frown appeared on her face. She could roughly guess how her third uncle had sent them away. There was a certain risk involved. After all, they would be sent to an unfamiliar mundane realm. It was almost impossible to accurately send them back to the Saint Province realm. Shui, At this moment, the clan leader of the Yun family said with a smile, "Follow your father back to the Xia family. After you've confirmed that they're fine, your father and I will send you to a place to be sealed. The reason I sent people to stop you is because I'm worried that you won't want to talk to and the Yun family after you know they're gone. We've gone overboard this time. Your father is angry as well. Let's call off the marriage agreement. As for the Yun family, you only need to be sealed for 1,000 years. In the Heavenly Adjudicator battlefield. It was a single-person secret realm that required a lot of battle merits to open. Two young men stood facing each other. Young man, you're considered unlucky to have met me. Ning Yishuan stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him with a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he did not intend to attack directly. Or rather, he was confident enough that he was not worried that his opponent would attack him first. Can you tell me why you're accumulating so many battle merits to open this single-person secret realm? Is it to seek opportunities to prepare for the opening of the chaotic area? Ning Yishuan asked with a smile. So many battle merits? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ning Yishuan's words. He almost wanted to ask why Ning Yishuan had said what he wanted to say. Is this little bit of battle merits considered a lot? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. His tone was natural and calm. Is it not a lot? Ning Yishuan smiled. It would take an ordinary lower-level ultimate god like you at least a few hundred to 1,000 years to accumulate so many battle merits, right? Even if your strength is good and you're considered an upper-class lower ultimate god, it would be difficult for you to accumulate so many battle merits in less than 100 years. What? Are you going to tell me that you've only spent less than 100 years to accumulate these battle merits? If that's the case, I'll have to look up to you. You've accumulated so many battle merits in less than 100 years. Ning Yishuan's smile became even brighter as he spoke. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Obviously, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had accumulated so many battle merits in 100 years. It was impossible to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years if one did not have the strength to kill an ordinary middle ultimate god. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ning Yishuan's words. He then looked at him deeply. What you mean is, you didn't spend much time to accumulate those battle merits. He also knew that even a top lower ultimate god would find it difficult to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. However, judging from Ning Yishuan's behavior, he obviously did not believe that he could accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. Coupled with his confidence, there was a high probability that he was one of the top lower ultimate gods. It might have taken him more than 100 years to accumulate those battle merits. No wonder you're so confident. When you saw me, you immediately ran up to me. Do you think I'm a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Duan Lingtian secretly laughed. Not bad. Ning Yishuan smiled faintly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Although it took me some time, it's definitely shorter than yours. Let me introduce myself. I'm the most dazzling person in the land of Sanction's Ning clan. Although Ning Yishuan was introducing himself, he did not mention his name because he knew that he was very famous even in the land of divine remains. As long as the ultimate gods in the land of divine remains were not those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 1,000 years or those who did not interact with others, there was a high probability that they would not know about him. You didn't even mention your name. Is that a self-introduction? Duan Lingtian was a little speechless when he heard Ning Yishuan's self-introduction. Or, do you think I should know about you, the most dazzling person in the land of Sanction's Ning clan? If that's the case, I'm sorry, I've never heard of you. Chapter 4265. You've never heard of me? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Ning Yishuan completely. You've never heard of me, Ning Yishuan? In his opinion, there should be very few people in the various planes of gods who had not heard of him. After all, his talent and comprehension were shocking in the various planes of gods. As long as one was in public, there were very few who did not know of him. Especially in the circle of ultimate gods and above, those who did not know of him were even rarer. But now, he had actually met one? Moreover, he felt that the other party did not seem like an old antique. He even had a feeling that he was mistaken. The other party seemed to be younger than him. Of course, he only treated it as an illusion, because he felt that it was impossible. One should know that he was not even 4,000 years old. A lower ultimate god under 4,000 years old. Looking at the past history of the various planes of gods, the number of people who had appeared could be counted on one hand. Apart from him, there was no one else in the current generation. Even among the group of older generation living in the current generation, including some of the strongest experts he knew, no one had entered the lower ultimate god realm before 4,000 years old. 3,000 years ago, the Xia clan's proud daughter, Xia Ningxue, who had appeared in the world of divine remains, had only entered the lower ultimate god realm after 4,000 years old. At that time, it had shocked the entire world of divine remains, and even many people in the land of sanctions had mentioned it, until his appearance completely overshadowed Xia Ningxue's limelight. Because of that, in the various planes of gods, except for those old antiques who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time, there were very few existences above the ultimate god realm who had not heard of him. He's pretending? Strange? Ning Yixuan stared at the purple-clothed young man in front of him and felt that there was no reason for him not to have heard of him. He must be pretending not to have heard of him. However, if he had really heard of him, there was no way he could be so calm at this time, right? Who did not know that although Ning Yixuan was only a lower ultimate god, he had the strength to fight against most medium ultimate gods. Many of the weaker medium-level ultimate gods were no match for him. So your name is Ning Yixuan? Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Why don't you introduce yourself? Ning Yixuan now completely believed that the person in front of him was acting. He must have heard of him and deliberately pretended not to have heard of him. I want to know who you are to have the courage to be so calm in front of me, Ning Yixuan. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard that. He's just a nobody. My name is Duan Lingtian. You're far away in the sanctioned lands, so you definitely haven't heard of me. Duan Lingtian said. Although he was famous in the Mystic Star Land, this was not the Mystic Star Land after all. Moreover, the person before him was from another realm of gods. This time, even if the chaotic region of the sanctioned lands opened, it would not mix with the profound handle region. Insert a perfect copybook chasing artifact old version changeable source app, changeable source artifact. He had already understood this point. After some time, the other realms of gods that formed the chaotic region with the divine offering land and the sanctioned lands did not have the mystic star land. Duan Lingtian? Ning Yixuan was startled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then his pupils shrank slightly. The first thing that came to his mind was a rumor from the mystic star land that he had heard some time ago. Although the dimensional battlefield had opened and the spatial passageways between the realms of gods had been sealed, it was still very easy for existences above the ultimate god level to travel between the realms of gods. They only needed to transit through the dimensional battlefield. Even if it was different dimensional battlefield, as long as they found the weak point of the spatial barrier, they could travel freely. Not to mention existences above the ultimate god realm, even many powerful god emperors could easily do this. Therefore, Ning Yixuan had also heard some rumors about the Mystic Star Land. A peerless genius had appeared in the Mystic Star Land. He was not even 1,000 years old and was already a higher god emperor. This achievement had even surpassed Ning Yixuan's. One had to know that even Ning Yixuan had only just stepped into the god emperor realm when he was 1,000 years old. Even he had only broken through to the lower god emperor realm when he was 1,800 years old. Many people might not think much of this rumor or even believe it when they heard it. However, Ning Yixuan remembered it in his heart. He even had someone go to the Mystic Star Land to confirm it and finally confirmed that it was an indisputable fact. Only then did he realize that someone who was not even 1,000 years old had surpassed him back then. Of course, he did not care. Even if someone who had stepped into the higher god emperor realm before the age of 1,000 years old might not necessarily be able to step into the ultimate god realm. Now, the reason why he was shocked was because, as far as he knew, the name of the higher god emperor monster who was not even 1,000 years old in the mystic starland was Duan Lingtian. Impossible. He's from the world of divine offering, not from the mystic starland. At this moment, Ning Yishuan even thought that the person in front of him was the monster from the mystic starland. However, on second thought, the other party came from the world of divine offering, so it was impossible for him to be that person. It was not that he did not guess at that moment that the other party might have run from the mystic starland to the world of divine offering and then entered the god's adjudication battlefield as a person from the world of divine offering. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was dispelled by him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If this person was really that person, then wouldn't he have stepped into the ultimate god realm before the age of 1,000? Wouldn't his record of being the fastest person to step into the ultimate god realm in all the planes of gods be broken by someone else? It could not be that person. Therefore, at this moment, although he did not think that the other party was that person, at the same time, he told himself that the other party was not that person. Don't tell me that you know me. Although Ning Yishuan's complicated expression changed in an instant, it was still caught by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh mockingly. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ning Yishuan, who did not intend to ask if the other party came from the mystic starland, asked this question out of curiosity. You came from the mystic starland? Faced with Ning Yishuan's question, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. It can't be, right? This person really knows me? Am I so famous now? Even the land of punishment knows about me? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. It was impossible for him to imagine that the reason the other party had heard of him was because the other party was a genius and had paid attention to some of the monsters that appeared in the plains of gods. This was especially so for someone like him, who had become a high-level god emperor faster than the other party. What's with your expression? Seeing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, Ning Yishuan's originally calm expression suddenly froze. Then he raised his voice. Don't tell me, you really came from the mystic starland. Although he still did not quite dare to believe it, the other party's expression was enough to express many things. Duan Lingtian also came back to his senses at this time. His expression returned to normal as he said indifferently, if the Duan Lingtian you heard of from the mystic starland came from the mystic starland's Myriad Law Academy, then it should be me. Mystic Starland. Myriad Law Academy. At this moment, Ning Yishuan was completely sure. It's him. It's him. It's him. It's really him. Ning Yishuan's heart trembled. Then, his voice trembled slightly. Didn't you just become a high-level god emperor not long ago? Actually became a lower-level god emperor? At this time, Ning Yishuan took a closer look at the person in front of him. It was not difficult to see that although the other party was a lower-level god emperor, his divine power was obviously very unstable. This was clearly a lower-level god emperor who had yet to consolidate his cultivation. Everything made sense now. The other party was really that peerless monster Duan Lingtian from the mystic starland. I had some fortuitous encounters after entering the planar battlefield. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's just that I didn't expect that there would still be people in the distant land of sanctions who have heard of me, Duan Lingen. When Duan Lingtian said this, Ning Yishuan's expression became complicated. Then he asked somewhat unwillingly, Duan Ling, tell me the truth, you really haven't heard of me, Ning Yishuan? Not only was Ning Yishuan not reconciled, he was also somewhat unwilling to give up. Duan Lingtian shook his head. No matter how many times you ask me, it's the same. I really haven't heard of you. Are you very famous? Are you really famous, or do you think you're famous? Duan Lingtian was somewhat puzzled. In fact, Ning Yishuan's fame was naturally very great. It was just that Duan Lingtian's environment made it impossible for him to hear of Ning Yishuan's existence. If Duan Lingtian mingled with the ultimate god-level forces in the mystic starland or the world of divine remains, it would definitely be easy for him to know of Ning Yishuan's existence. However, he was in the Myriad Law Academy. Moreover, he was in the Myriad Law Academy's internal division. Everyone in the internal division was a monster. Although Ning Yishuan was also a monster, He was still not worthy of being praised by Yang Yuchen, the third senior brother of the internal division, in front of his junior brothers and sisters. No matter how high one's talent was, it would be in vain if one couldn't grow. Moreover, many people were very talented in the early stages and made rapid progress. However, in the later stages, they might be stuck in a certain cultivation realm and not make any progress. At this moment, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ning Yixuan wanted to vomit blood. What did he mean by he was really famous, or did he think he was famous? Duan Lingtian. Ning Yixuan furrowed his brows and shouted angrily, I've heard that you're very strong and can fight enemies above your level. Although you've just entered the lower-level ultimate god realm, I won't treat you as an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. In addition, you must have entered the dimensional battlefield not long ago, less than 100 years. If I'm not mistaken, your strength shouldn't be weaker than some of the weaker medium ultimate gods. However, this time I, Ning Yixuan, am destined to kill you. Even if I don't gain anything else this time, it's worth it to spend so many battle merits to kill a monster like you. As Ning Yixuan finished speaking, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, divine power rose from his body along with a terrifying aura of life. Then, a vision appeared and shrouded the surroundings, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become solemn. The power of the law of life illuminated millions of miles. Chapter 4266. The power of law illuminated 1,000,000 miles. It was Duan Lingtian's first time encountering such an existence in the dimensional battlefield. Even among the medium-level ultimate gods he had killed before, none of them had comprehended the power of law to the point where they could cover 1,000,000 miles. At most, they could only cover 100,000 miles. Today, however, he had seen such an existence. Moreover, the other party was not a medium-level ultimate god, but a lower-level ultimate god. Even third senior brother's power of law was only close to covering 1,000,000 miles when he entered the dimensional battlefield with me. It was still at the level of covering 100,000 miles. Duan Lingtian was amazed by the scene before him and could not help but sigh. At least, his third senior brother's comprehension of the power of law was not as good as the other parties when they were at the same cultivation level. Moreover, the other party had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the life law. Duan Lingtian did not know when, but a long spear had appeared in Ning Yixuan's hand. It was 2 feet longer than an ordinary 7-foot-long spear. It was a full 9-foot-long spear. The long spear's tongue was dark green and surrounded by green light. The tip of the spear was bright gold and flashed with another color of light. It was like the light of a golden sword condensed and flashed. A condensed soul was faintly discernible and was about to come out. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound as the terrifying power of law condensed under Ning Yixuan's feet. It shook the void and made it seem as if it was about to shatter. In the next moment, Ning Yixuan's entire body shot out. The 9-foot-long spear in his hand shook the air, causing the air to stagnate. The terrifying power of law gathered and gradually condensed at the tip of the long spear. The void was torn apart and there were bursts of ear-piercing sounds in the air. Tiny spatial cracks were faintly discernible. Whoosh! Wherever the long spear passed, an even more mysterious power appeared, causing the spatial cracks to become more obvious. It was as if the long spear could tear the space apart with a simple shake. At that moment, the power of the long spear increased by a level. Spear principle. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also confirmed that the person in front of him had another shocking technique. He had actually mastered the spear Dao of the 4 Dao of weapons of heaven and earth. The Dao of the spear was the same as the Dao of the sword and the Dao of the saber. They were all part of the Dao of weapons, and there was no difference in strength between them. The difference in strength completely depended on the comprehension level of the person who comprehended the Dao. Now that Ning Yixuan had displayed his spear Dao, Duan Lingtian was surprised. It wasn't hard for him to confirm that Ning Yixuan's spear Dao was inferior to his sword Dao. It could even be said that it was inferior. His opponent's spear Dao had clearly only just been fully comprehended. It was only recently that the embryonic form of Spear Dao had officially transformed into the true form of Spear Dao. Very strong. You've already surpassed most of the medium-level ultimate gods I've met. Seeing Ning Yishuan's strength, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He was definitely the most powerful lower ultimate god he had ever met. Just like him, Ning Yishuan had the strength to kill a medium-level ultimate god. In the face of such a strong Ning Yishuan, Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn. He teleported a second time and dodged. Facing Ning Yishuan, who continued to attack him, a 3-foot-long green sword surrounded by colorful light appeared in his hand. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword was overflowing with light. A sharp sword essence rose as if it could tear and destroy everything. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength skyrocketed and turned into bursts of spatial storms. It seemed to be able to distort the surrounding space, causing the surrounding space to darken. One could vaguely see that many spaces were folded together and swaying like pieces of paper. The Tao of Control was also displayed at the right time. Although Duan Lingtian's divine power and power of law were inferior to his opponents, the existence of the Tao of Sword Tao and the Tao of Control were enough to allow Duan Lingtian's strength to catch up with or even surpass his opponent. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian used his body to control the sword. Wherever they passed, the space was torn apart. At the same time, there was also the spatial energy to open a path, seal and imprison the space in front of them. The purpose was naturally to obstruct Ning Yishuan's attack. It's useless. Ning Yishuan charged with his spear, his tone indifferent. So what if you've exhausted some of my attack? My life law is endless. Small losses can be recovered in an instant. The truth was just as Ning Yishuan said. Although Duan Lingtian had exhausted a portion of Ning Yishuan's attack, this portion of power was quickly regenerated, as if he had instantly recovered to his peak state. The law of life, the power of life, grew and multiplied endlessly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also deeply realized the power and terror of the life law. The life law that he had mastered was on a completely different level from the life law that he had mastered, yet it was powerful to such an extent. It should be known that he had also mastered the life law and had the sacred tree of life in his body. He also had a deep understanding of the power of life. But this time, facing the life law that Ning Yishuan had displayed, Duan Lingtian realized that the life law that he had previously understood was only a drop in the ocean. The life law not only had astonishing recovery ability and long life, but its attack power was also extremely frightening. It was as if the attack power was not afraid of being exhausted. Even if it was just a single power, it was enough to give one a headache. Moreover, during this process, Duan Lingtian discovered that the rapid recovery of Ning Yishuan's attack consumed very little of Ning Yishuan's energy. It could even be said that it was negligible, and he recovered in an instant. The life law is amazing. Sighing in his heart, Duan Lingtian no longer used small paths to exhaust his opponent's attack. He directly chose to meet force with force, his sword whistling as it swept out, meeting force with force. The space law was no longer hidden. A 100,000-mile heaven and earth anomaly appeared. The sword principle appeared, and a terrifying sword essence soared into the sky, as if it could pierce through the heavens. The way of control followed like a shadow, and together with the space law, it further increased the power of the space law. It was no weaker than the space law that illuminated millions of miles. So powerful! At this moment, Ning Yishuan's face was unprecedentedly solemn as he faced Duan Lingtian's sword that was prepared to meet force with force with force. If he did not face it personally, he would find it hard to believe that a guy who had just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had not consolidated his cultivation base could display such terrifying battle power. The battle power displayed by his opponent was no weaker than his. He's stronger than me. Deep in Ning Yishuan's heart, such a thought popped up for no reason. He did not feel that the person in front of him was stronger than him, but he felt that the person in front of him could achieve such achievements at such a young age and was stronger than him. As for strength, he did not feel that he was weaker than his opponent. Kill him. I, Ning Yishuan, am still the most dazzling and outstanding genius in this world. There can't be two tigers on one mountain. This person should not exist. Ning Yishuan's originally calm eyes were entwined with blood qi at this moment, and instantly turned into blood-red eyes with an awe-inspiring killing intent. Around him, streaks of blood qi shot up into the sky. It was his bloodline power. After Ning Yishuan's bloodline power shot up into the sky, it did not envelop and merge into his body. Instead, it condensed into a giant beast above his head. The bloodline power condensed into a giant beast that looked like a cat. It also looked a little like a tiger, but more like a cat. As soon as this big cat appeared, its eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Then 2 blue light beams shot out from its eyes. Once the 2 blue light beams shot out from the cat's eyes, they spread out in the air and turned into 2 layers of waves that enveloped the area. The blue light that covered the sky and earth seemed very thin and faint, but after it enveloped the area, it seemed to be all-pervasive. It directly swept through Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, it was not affected at all. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian realized that although his soul was not directly attacked, it was still somewhat affected. Even his entire body seemed to have stiffened at this moment. This is a bloodline power? Duan Lingtian's pupils contracted sharply. There were many kinds of bloodline power. Some were directly integrated into the body to fight against the enemy, and some were displayed through divine ability means. Some of them were very terrifying and had astonishing characteristics. And at that very moment, his body was affected by it. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he was frozen in place. This was not space imprisonment, nor was it time stop. It was a manifestation of a characteristic of a bloodline power. With his body frozen, Duan Lingtian's attack naturally stopped in the void. It was greatly affected and even showed signs of stagnation. It was no longer as indomitable as before. In this kind of battle, suddenly stopping was undoubtedly a destructive blow. And Ning Yishuan also took advantage of this opportunity to explode all his strength. The 9-foot-long spear in his hand shook the air, and the condensed life force shot toward Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, it suppressed the sword radiance whizzing out from Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Ling, today I, Ning Yishuan, will kill you here and now. Ning Yishuan's eyes revealed a hint of madness. At the same time, a drop of terrifying power also appeared in an instant and fell on his body, causing his attack to greatly increase. An ultimate expert's divine power. At this moment, Ning Yishuan even used an ultimate expert's divine power, causing the divine power in his body to increase by a level in an instant. It was comparable to a medium ultimate god's divine power. Obviously, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, he did not intend to hold back. Even teleportation can't be used. This bloodline power is really impressive. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian didn't panic, and a figure that emitted an extremely formidable aura whistled out from within his body. It was his space law doppelganger, which had also used an ultimate expert's divine power. It held another soul-grade upper-grade divine sword in its hand and attacked at lightning speed. He attacked with all his strength. He did not hold back. In the next moment, Ning Yishuan, who was originally suppressing Duan Lingtian's original body, had a slight change in expression, but he quickly regained his composure. Do you think I don't know that you have a Dharma doppelganger? As his voice fell, his bloodline power rolled up a branch with rich life force that appeared out of thin air and met Duan Lingtian's Dharma doppelganger head-on. This branch exploded in mid-air, and then the shadow of a towering tree appeared and blocked Duan Lingtian's Dharma doppelganger. Chapter 4267. The Divine Tree of Life. As the silhouette of the towering tree appeared in the air, Duan Lingtian, who was originally calm, had a change of expression on his face. Ning Yishuan actually possessed a branch from the Divine Tree of Life. Moreover, the branch was not simple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to summon the Divine Tree of Life's apparition to defend himself. Duan Lingtian attacked with all his might, intending to destroy the Divine Tree of Life's apparition. However, the divine tree of life's apparition seemed to have the ability to repair itself. No matter how powerful Duan Lingtian's apparition was, it could still repair itself and prevent Duan Lingtian's apparition from helping his main body. Of course, it was not unlimited. During this process, Duan Lingtian noticed that the speed at which the divine tree of life repaired itself could not keep up with the speed at which his apparition was destroying it. Even so, it would be difficult to destroy it without a certain amount of time. Duan Lingtian's main body was in imminent danger. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could feel death approaching him. This was the second time he felt death approaching him since he entered the ultimate god realm. Even the previous time when he faced the Yun clan leader in the divine offering land was not as dangerous as this. Duan Ling, I know you very well. I know what you're capable of. Now, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Ning Yishuan had a victorious smile on his face as he continued to attack Duan Lingtian with the 9-foot-long spear in his hand. Duan Lingtian was the only celestial emperor he knew who was more talented than him. Therefore, after hearing about Duan Lingtian, Ning Yishuan had done a thorough research on Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods and Duan Lingtian was from a mundane realm. He knew Duan Lingtian did not have a bloodline to rely on, but he had his apparition. From the beginning, Ning Yishuan had calculated everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Ning Yishuan felt victory was within his grasp. There was almost no suspense. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian's feeble attacks were mostly destroyed, Duan Lingtian finally regained control of his body. The sword light on the 7 orifices exquisite sword rose again. Although Ning Yishuan's bloodline mystique was powerful, it couldn't restrict Duan Lingtian forever. There was a time limit, and after using it once, he needed to recover for a long time before he could use it again. Otherwise, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? In this world, there was no such exaggerated bloodline power. Even the descendants of the most powerful masters could not have such exaggerated bloodline power. It's useless. It's too late. Ning Yishuan smiled faintly. His unstoppable offensive instantly suppressed Duan Lingtian's later offensive, completely suppressing Duan Lingtian. It seemed that if this continued, Duan Lingtian would definitely lose, or even die. At this time, the illusory figure of the sacred tree of life was still entangled with Duan Lingtian's spatial law doppelganger. As for Duan Lingtian's other law doppelgangers, even if they were to come out, they would not be of much use. They were too weak to block the opponent's powerful attacks. If they were to come out, they could only be cannon fodder, and the useless kind of cannon fodder. Your strength is beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to have the branch given to you by the sacred tree of life. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian sighed. It was not difficult for him to see that the branch of the sacred tree of life came from a complete and powerful sacred tree of life. And that kind of sacred tree of life only existed in the small world of an ultimate master. Obviously, Ning Yishuan had a close relationship with an ultimate master. Otherwise, he would not have been given such a treasure. Such a treasure could not only be used for healing, but it could also be used against enemies. Just like now, it easily blocked the attack of his law doppelganger. If he did not have any other means to rely on, he would definitely die today. It seems like I can only rely on the power of the sacred tree of life again. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Then he opened the small world in his body, and the life-divine energy on the sacred tree of life surged and swept out, shrouding the aggressive Ning Yishuan. The life-divine energy of the sacred tree of life was endless, attacking and counteracting the law of life on Ning Yishuan's body. At the same time, it consumed a lot of its own energy. This was because the life-divine energy came from the same source. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to counteract such a level of law of life. The sacred tree of life. At this moment, Ning Yishuan's expression changed completely, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "You have a complete sacred tree of life in your body." Ning Yishuan naturally knew what this meant. It meant that although the person in front of him was not an ultimate master, he already had the shadow of one. This was because the sacred tree of life in the small world in the body was a characteristic of an ultimate master. Of course, the opponent was not an ultimate master. This meant that the opponent had found a complete sacred tree of life through other means and made the sacred tree of life recognize him as its master, willing to guard the small world in his body. Sush. At the same time, after Ning Yishuan's attack was counteracted by more than half, Duan Lingtian's counterattack instantly turned the tables and suppressed Ning Yishuan's attack. Then he swept his attack toward Ning Yishuan. In just a blink of an eye, not only was the situation reversed, but Duan Lingtian even gained the upper hand. In fact, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was about to kill Ning Yishuan. Ning Yishuan's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. If I hadn't exhausted so much of my profound divine metal last time and it's still in a deep slumber, I might have been able to kill him this time even with the help of the sacred tree of life. What a pity! What a pity! Not only was Ning Yishuan talented, but his luck was also heaven-defying. He had obtained a piece of profound divine metal in his early years and successfully transformed it into a high-grade profound divine metal. In the Ning clan, he was widely acknowledged as the most likely person to become an ultimate master. This was because he had mastered one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the weapon Dao and the spear Dao. This was because he possessed a high-grade profound divine metal. At this moment, Ning Yishuan was unaware that his opponent also possessed a high-grade profound divine metal that was in a deep slumber. In fact, his opponent not only possessed a profound divine metal, but he also possessed the other 4 divine elements. Moreover, all of them were in a deep slumber. Otherwise, the divine elements could easily destroy or even devour the profound divine metal in his body. Ning Yishuan's law of life was being counteracted by the sacred tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world, making it impossible for him to block Duan Lingtian's attack. A hint of struggle flashed on Ning Yishuan's face before a jade talisman appeared in his hand. As soon as the jade talisman appeared, Duan Lingtian felt as though it contained a terrifying aura. It was as though a dreadful beast was hiding inside. Before he could react, Ning Yishuan had already crushed the jade talisman. The jade talisman shattered into pieces as a terrifying explosion reverberated through the skies. After which, an incomparably gigantic face appeared in the air. It was faintly discernible, as though it was an illusory image, yet at the same time, it also seemed as though it was real. It was the face of a middle-aged man. His calm eyes glanced at Duan Lingtian, causing Lingtian's heart to palpitate. Then he shifted his gaze to Ning Yishuan. Old ancestor, I'm useless. I've embarrassed you. In front of this giant face, Ning Yishuan appeared a little dejected, even restraining his strength. Duan Lingtian's attack and the sacred tree of life's attack were blocked by an invisible barrier. The invisible barrier appeared out of nowhere like an impenetrable wall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt powerless. At the same time, the sacred tree of life in his body trembled and withdrew its life force. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the sacred tree of life was trembling in fear. It was as if the huge face in front of him was some kind of scourge. This is a supreme expert? Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he saw the huge face blow out a breath. It tore open the space in the secret realm and took Ning Yishuan away. A spatial crack appeared. Then, a terrifying suction force extended out and forcibly took Ning Yishuan away. The gigantic face glanced at Duan Lingtian calmly again before it vanished again. It was as if it had never appeared. In the next moment, the spatial crack that sucked Ning Yishuan in also disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian was stunned. What was going on? He was only guessing before, but at this moment he was completely sure that the huge face that appeared just now was definitely a supreme expert. Otherwise, it would not have been able to take Ning Yishuan away. This was a secret realm in the dimensional battlefield. Once it was opened, even the top upper ultimate gods would not be able to intervene, let alone save someone. What is this? A supreme expert is cheating? Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he did not attack me, I did not kill Ning Yishuan either. Will this single-person secret realm still give me the rewards I deserve? Just as Duan Lingtian was frowning and lamenting the darkness of this world, in the battlefield of the divine judgment, a middle-aged phantom was preparing to leave through space with a young man. However, Just as he was about to attack, a gentle energy appeared out of thin air and stopped him. It prevented him from attacking and shattering the space. Ning Yunheng, you've crossed the line. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion appeared. He looked at the middle-aged phantom and spoke indifferently. At the same time, a tall and handsome young man in green appeared. He glanced at the middle-aged phantom and said coldly, Ning Yunheng, are you deliberately provoking us today? Chapter 4268. Ning Yunheng. The Ning clan was one of the most powerful godly venerable rank clans in the land of sanctions. The God's Judgment battlefield was a planar battlefield formed by the intersection of the divine offering land and the sanction land. It was the handiwork of many supreme experts from the two planes. Usually, there would be two supreme experts stationed at the God's Judgment battlefield to monitor the surroundings. The purpose was to prevent other supreme experts from interfering in the battlefield of planes and destroying the fairness of the battlefield of planes. The battlefield of planes was a place they created to train their juniors so that more supreme experts could be born. With more supreme experts, the probability of a supreme expert being born would naturally be higher. Now, the two supreme experts in charge of the battlefield of divine judgment had appeared to stop Ning Yunheng, a supreme expert, from interfering in the battlefield of divine judgment. They had clearly seen Ning Yunheng's previous actions through some of the arrangements in the battlefield of divine judgment. Ning Yunheng had interfered in the fight between two geniuses in a single-person's secret realm. When one of them was about to die, he had hastily intervened and saved him. He had even brought him out of the single-person's secret realm and avoided death. Fellow Taoists. As for Ning Yunheng, who was preparing to leave with his Ning family's genius junior, Ning Yishuan, when he saw the two of them appear in such an aggressive manner, not only did he not get angry, he instead sighed. This is the most outstanding descendant of my Ning family in history. I don't wish for him to die in the planar battlefield at this time. I'm sure both of you have heard of this descendant of mine. As long as there are no accidents, the probability of him becoming a supreme expert in the future is extremely high. The planar battlefield exists to nurture even more monstrous geniuses. If a genius like my descendant were to perish there, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Although Ning Yunheng was a supreme expert, he was very humble at this moment. First, it was because he was only a projection of his divine power as a supreme expert, while the other two had come in person. Second, it was because he was in the wrong and had violated the rules of the battlefield of planes. Ning Yishuan. At this time, the old man of the two supreme experts who had just arrived also calmed down a little in the face of Ning Yunheng's humble attitude. At the same time, he looked at Ning Yishuan beside Ning Yunheng and said, I've heard of him. He is indeed a good genius. Even when he fought in the single-person secret realm earlier, his skills were astonishing and even stronger than ordinary medium-level ultimate gods. Right after the old man's words left his mouth, the young man who was the last to arrive declined to comment. Compared to his opponent, I'm still much weaker. Wasn't the Tree of Life and the escape methods Ning Yunheng left for him? The young man paused for a moment before looking at Ning Yunheng. Ning Yunheng, how do you think your descendant compares to his opponent? Hearing this, Ning Yunheng was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. You also know that I'm not as good as you. If we're talking about becoming an omnipotent, that person's potential is much greater than your descendants. Today, you rashly interfered in a fair fight between them, violating the rules of the planar battlefield. If you were him, what would you think? Now, as long as he's not stupid, I'm afraid he'd have already guessed that you're an omnipotent. What's the difference between your actions and suppressing him? Now that you've taken your descendant away, although that secret realm will give him a reward in the end, do you think that's fair to him? As soon as the young man finished speaking, the old man looked at Ning Yunheng. Ning Yunheng, take something to compensate that little fellow. At the same time, the two of us will call for an omnipotent meeting to reveal your actions. In the end, you'll definitely have to bear some additional responsibility. Even if the two of us are willing to make things easier for you, the truth can't be concealed forever. Instead of being found out later and being held accountable by the three of us, It's better to directly resolve this matter publicly. What do you think? The old man asked. Seeing that Ning Yunheng seemed to be hesitating, the old man continued, Of course, you have another option. That is to send your descendant back and no longer interfere in the fight between him and that young man. Under such circumstances, you can just compensate that young man with something. There's no need to call for an omnipotent meeting to hold you accountable. The old man gave Ning Yunheng two options. The young man did not speak, but it was obvious that he agreed with the old man. At this moment, Ning Yishuan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Patriarch, send me back. I didn't know that you would be held accountable for saving me. If I knew, I would never have crushed the life-saving jade token you left for me. Ning Yishuan regretted it. Although he did not know what the omnipotent meeting was and did not know what responsibility he, the patriarch, would have to bear, since it was a responsibility agreed upon by the omnipotent meeting, it would not be a simple responsibility. Perhaps there would even be a certain degree of danger. If this patriarch encountered danger and something happened to him, it would be a great blow to the Ning clan. At that time, he, Ning Yishuan, would become a sinner of the Ning clan. Although there were only 2 people left in his lineage, because of the glory of his lineage in the past, although his lineage no longer had the glory of the past, it still received all sorts of courtesy and preferential treatment in the Ning clan. If he became a sinner of the Ning clan, not only would he let down the rest of the Ning clan, but he would also let down the ancestors of his lineage. However, as soon as Ning Yishuan finished speaking, Ning Yunheng raised his hand and knocked him unconscious and took him away. At the same time, Ning Yunheng's divine power projection shattered the space and left behind 2 metal pieces before taking Ning Yishuan away. These 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts are the compensation I gave him back then. You can start the omnipotent meeting at any time. I, Ning Yunheng, will bear any punishment. These were the words Ning Yunheng left behind for the 2 of them before he left with his people. The old man, who was standing in the same spot, put away the 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts and sighed. It seems that this guy sees his descendant as the hope of the Ning clan. Last time, it seems that he was seriously injured and left a way out for the Ning clan. The old man sighed, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. It seems that it won't be long before another old friend leaves this world. I can see that, the young man said calmly. The young man spoke with a calm expression. I only hope that his descendant doesn't disappoint him. I don't think so. The old man shook his head. I've heard of that Ning Yishuan. He's indeed a good seedling. With his help, there's a chance that he'll become a superior ultimate god within 3,000 years and an omnipotent expert within 10,000 years. An omnipotent expert within 10,000 years. The young man smiled faintly. It's not that easy to become an omnipotent expert. Who among us didn't go through hardships to become an omnipotent expert? I'll take my leave first. You can finish the rest. It's best not to let that little guy harbor any resentment. He's a good seedling and may become one of our comrades in the future. Before the young man's figure faded and disappeared, 2 streams of light shot toward the old man. Give these 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts to him as well. After the young man disappeared, the old man looked at the 2 embryos of sword-shaped omnipotent divine artifacts in his hands and couldn't help but gasp. Is this guy going to invest in that little guy? He thinks so highly of him. Just because that little guy mastered such a sword principle when he just entered the lower ultimate god realm? I don't understand these guys who practice the sword. The old man's figure began to fade on the spot and then disappeared. At the same time, a voice muttered to himself and gradually dissipated. Should I also give him 1 or 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts as an investment in him? In the single person's secret realm, Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. It wasn't until the sky was filled with rosy clouds and beams of light fell like a meteor shower that he regained his senses. So many rewards? In fact, Duan Lingtian wanted to get 1 reward the most, not multiple rewards. Multiple rewards meant that the rewards had to be shared. After sharing, the value of each reward would be reduced accordingly. But now, there were 7 rewards falling down at the same time. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Just now, the omnipotent expert had forcefully intervened to save the other party. But now, even the rewards had become 7. Could it be that the omnipotent expert was behind this too? Because I almost killed his people? Now, without guessing, Duan Lingtian could also guess that the arrogant guy named Ning Yishuan must have been saved by the omnipotent expert behind the Ning clan or the omnipotent expert's other friends. Thinking about how the other party had not only taken the person away, breaking the rules, but also causing trouble with the rewards of the secret realm, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Of course, although he was a little angry, he also knew that he could only endure it. That was an omnipotent expert, an existence that could kill him with a flick of a finger. Although angry, now that the rewards had fallen, Duan Lingtian didn't ignore them. Even if they were shared and each reward was very ordinary, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Even if he couldn't use it, it was fine to keep it for his family and friends. However, when Duan Lingtian lazily took the rewards, he was stunned again. Other than a fist-sized aquamarine bottle with a cork, there was nothing special about it. The other 6 items all gave him a familiar feeling. These are the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts. It hadn't been long since he had obtained the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian held these 6 ordinary-looking pieces of metal in his hand, he recognized them immediately. Are the rewards of this single-person's secret realm so generous? It can't be, right? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was dreaming. Didn't they say that the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts were very hard to come by? How did he get 6 of them in such a short time? Including the one that merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, there were a total of 7. In other words, if 2 more embryos of the omnipotent artifacts merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, as long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword was given a certain amount of time to digest them, it would directly transform into an omnipotent artifact. Chapter 4269. Last time, in the extremely rare natural secret realm, the last test that was as difficult as ascending the heavens for an ordinary upper god emperor was only rewarded with 1 embryo of a supreme divine weapon. However, this time, Duan Lingtian had received a total of 6 embryos in this single person's secret realm. Even though he knew that this single person's secret realm had cost a lot of battle merits to activate and that the rewards were extraordinary, Duan Lingtian did not dare to believe that there would be such a generous reward. The value of this reward, excluding the unknown bottle, could be said to be more than half a supreme divine weapon. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled and confused. Could it be that the supreme divine weapon who abducted the person gave me an extra reward because he was in the wrong? Right when this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, an aged voice seemed to resound out of thin air by his ears. The 6 supreme divine weapons came from me and 2 other people. One of them was the person who abducted your opponent. That person was his descendant and extremely talented. He was also the hope of their clan's future, so he could not bear to see his descendant perish just like that. After all, he broke the rules, so he left behind 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as compensation. To you, this should be considered a good thing, not a bad thing. As for the other 4 embryos of supreme divine weapons, 2 non-sword-shaped ones were given to you by me, and the other 2 sword-shaped ones were given to you by a sword practitioner like yourself. I won't introduce myself. In the future, if you become in supreme divine weapon one day, you will naturally know about us. The old voice seemed to ring in the air, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have returned to dead silence. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, finally came to a realization at this moment. So this was the truth. The 6 embryos of supreme divine weapons did not count as the reward for this single person's secret realm. To be able to let me hear his voice, this old man should also be in supreme divine weapon. The sword practitioner he mentioned is most likely also in supreme divine weapon. As this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and cupped his hands slightly toward the vast void in front of him. Then he said sincerely, "Thank you, Senior." "Senior, Please thank that sword cultivator senior on my behalf. As for the supreme expert who took Ning Yishuan away, the other party did not thank him, because in his opinion he and the other party were at most a transaction. The two embryos of the supreme divine artifacts were nothing more than the money he gave to his descendants to buy their lives. With that, Duan Lingtian summoned the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Huang, fuse these 6 embryos into the sword as well. Take your time to absorb them. I will try my best to obtain 2 supreme divine artifact embryos for you as soon as possible so that you can officially transform into a supreme divine artifact. The supreme divine artifact embryo was used to increase the quality of ordinary divine artifacts. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not intend to keep it. All of them fused into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Thank you, Master. Huang Er's figure appeared in a flash as she repeatedly thanked Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. At that moment, Duan Lingtian could also clearly feel that the other full soul superior grade divine artifact hidden in the space law doppelganger was also getting restless. Sensing this, Duan Lingtian said faintly, "When I have gathered 9 embryos of the supreme divine artifact for the 7 orifices exquisite sword, I will give you the next embryos of the supreme divine artifact. My doppelganger of the laws of space will eventually need an ultimate divine artifact." If it had been in the past, Duan Lingtian would have felt that he was getting carried away if he thought of obtaining a second supreme divine artifact, but this time he had obtained 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact at once, and he saw the hope of completing a supreme divine artifact. The first supreme divine artifact was very close. Would the second be far away? With Duan Lingtian's cooperation and Huang Er's efforts, the 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact had all been integrated into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. As long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword completely absorbed and digested all of them, its power would rise to another level. Huang how long do you think, these embryos of the supreme divine artifact, will you be able to completely absorb and digest them? Duan Lingtian asked. If I am in seclusion and can't come out to assist Master in battle, it will be faster. But like now, it will be slower. It will take at least 10 years to barely absorb and digest all of them. Huang Er said. Huang Er's words enlightened Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder that Huang Er had yet to completely integrate the first embryo of the supreme divine artifact. It turned out that it would take such a long time. Of course, only Duan Lingtian felt that it would take a long time. Even if 1 embryo of the supreme divine artifact took 10 years to integrate, 9 embryos would only take 90 years. For an ordinary cultivator, 90 years would pass in the blink of an eye. But for Duan Lingtian, 90 years was more than 1/10 of the time he had experienced in his life. This bottle is the reward for the solo secret realm this time. After Huang Er returned to the 7 orifices exquisite sword and put it away, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the bottle that he had obtained along with the 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact. This bottle was green and round. It was the size of his fist and had a cork on it. Is this a divine elixir? Duan Lingtian's first reaction was that this was a bottle of elixir, although this bottle of elixir was very different from the elixir bottles that he usually saw. Let's see what it is. Curious, Duan Lingtian opened the elixir bottle. Of course, he opened it slowly. When he opened the cork a little, a soft and sweet smell wafted out of the bottle and into Duan Lingtian's nostrils. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt that the divine power in his body was flowing smoothly and he felt refreshed. With Duan Lingtian's eyesight, he could clearly see that the bottle did not contain any divine elixir but a pool of liquid that filled the entire bottle. Of course, this liquid was not the supreme divine power. It should be drinkable, right? Duan Lingtian took a drop of the liquid from the bottle and after confirming that there was no problem, he swallowed it into his body. In the next moment, the liquid released a magical medicinal effect in his body, causing the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body to boil even more. He felt as if his divine power was burning. When the medicinal effect was completely absorbed, although the change in his divine power was minimal, Duan Lingtian could still feel the changes within. It can increase divine power? It can even increase an ultimate god's divine power. As far as I know, even those so-called supremacy divine elixirs that claim to be able to increase divine power have very little effect. Even if they are refined into supreme supremacy divine elixirs, the medicinal effect will not increase much. Moreover, any kind of supreme supremacy divine elixir usually requires rare medicinal herbs as the main ingredient. Even a powerful ultimate god faction may not be able to gather enough medicinal herbs to refine a cauldron of such a divine elixir in 10,000 years. Most importantly, even if the refinement was successful, the improvement would not be significant. When one reached the ultimate god realm, the improvement of divine power was more dependent on oneself. External help would not be of much help. However, Duan Lingtian realized that just one drop of the liquid in the elixir bottle had made a slight improvement in his divine power. If he swallowed all of it, there should be a definite improvement. Although it was impossible to completely consolidate his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, it should be close. If I can use this, so can other lower ultimate gods. Some lower ultimate gods who are close to becoming a medium ultimate god can also be closer to becoming a medium ultimate god if they consume this liquid. Just as this thought came to his mind, Duan Lingtian saw a spatial crack appear not far in front of him. It then turned into a spatial whirlpool and a suction force attacked him. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian immediately plugged the cork of the bottle in his hand and put it into his storage ring before being sucked into the spatial whirlpool. After all, he was not leaving the natural secret realm this time. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to go through any tests in the space. He was directly sent out of the space. After being sent out, Duan Lingtian found himself in the sky above a vast barren mountain. After coming out, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. He immediately poured the remaining liquid in the bottle into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Duan Lingtian dared to do so because the unknown liquid's medicinal effect was not strong and was even very gentle. This time, I've gained quite a lot. At least, I got what I wanted. Moreover, this bottle of liquid is a treasure for an ultimate god. If a divine pill is to achieve the same effect as this bottle of liquid, I'm afraid it would take at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of effort by a powerful ultimate god force to collect the herbs needed to refine a supreme-level divine pill that can enhance divine power. Moreover, my gains this time are not much compared to my previous ultimate god cultivation base. After all, it only helped me to quickly consolidate half of my cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. Duan Lingtian had long known that it was difficult to cultivate as an ultimate god. However, he entered the secret realm this time with ambition to completely consolidate his cultivation base. Now, his ambition had not been realized, or it could be said that he had only achieved half of it. I just have to wait for the chaotic area to open. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. That area has been open for 10 years. In addition, there are many people from the realms of gods in that area, so the speed of obtaining battle merits will be much faster. Moreover, there are more opportunities in that place. It's said that there are ultimate gods taking special care of that place. Ultimate gods. When he thought of ultimate gods, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the scene earlier. A huge face appeared. It seemed real and illusory at the same time. It might not have been the real person, but it gave him a sense of oppression. It was as if the other party only needed to glare at him if he wanted to kill him. It's not difficult to see that even ultimate gods have the same emotions and desires as ordinary people. Duan Lingtian did not expect Ning Yishuan to be able to get an ultimate god to help him. Also, the branch from the divine tree of life that he detonated earlier must have come from the divine tree of life in the ultimate god's little world. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.